Tell her to do it herself.
Good morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. The agenda, any additions or deletions? Not seeing any. Keith's moving the agenda. Vote. It's carried. Minutes from last meeting. Everybody's read them? Dustin's moving them. Vote. That's carried. 5.1. Darlene, you taking that one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Speed limit bylaw 2023-10. It's on page 38. The recommended motions provide first, second, and third readings of bylaw 2023-10 as presented.
Thank you. Michelle's moving first reading. Vote. Carried. Somebody move second. Blaine's moving second. Any questions or comments on it? Looks pretty self-explanatory. Oh, Keith?
So there's no real changes in this, is there? Other than the couple of,
Just taking those few things
deletions.
off. Ken?
Through the chair. Just the two that had reduced speeds due to the bridges, and those have been repaired, so it's bringing it back.
So we're just removing those two off of the bylaw. Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any? Vote. Phone's vibrating. It's carried. Motion to have third. Richard? Vote. It's carried. Lloyd's moving third. Vote. On this, no?
Yeah, it didn't have to do with the bylaw itself.
Okay.
So in future, if we have bridges or whatnot that we have to slow down, is there a reason that we actually have to change this bylaw to do that? Or is there some sort of temporary motion that we can make in order to take and allow for a reduction in speed until a repair is completed? Just thinking instead of having to redo this all the time, because this is something that I think is going to come up more and more often as these bridges deteriorate.
Yeah, through the chair, that's a really good point. The main reason that we need to bring this bylaw forward to identify it is it's for ticketing. If it's not identified in the bylaw, then there's no mechanism to do the ticketing.
Shane?
so under some of that, could we just put like a rough road sign and a reduced speed sign up instead of bylaw, even if we don't use the white, use orange, just to warn the public to slow down, and because orange is not a ticketed speed sign, the white is. If we could do it that way, so we wouldn't have to come back or.
Yeah, through the chair, as part of our requirement to say, if there is safety features that or hazards on the road, like a reduction of speed that's required due to the rough road, then we would post it down for that, and then it would be short term until it's repaired. Something that we see maybe long term, like the bridge, that it might be a year before we repair it. That's when we probably should go through the bylaw.
Dustin?
Would it not make sense to just simply identify them as a construction zone then? And then they're still ticketable underneath the current bylaw with the speed reduction?
Go ahead, Ken. Oh, you had your mic on.
Through the chair. Yes, we can treat it as a construction zone, but we'd have to, follow the guidelines for creating a construction zone and certain distances back and.
Go ahead.
To Councillor Wassler's point, I hate that point of construction, because if there's no construction, then nobody obeys the signs when there is construction, because they think it's false all the time. So if you put up, a construction sign for something that's going to sit there for a year, then all of a sudden there is construction and nobody believes it's. I think construction ahead, and construction should only be used when there is actual construction.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was just trying to think of ways to streamline things so we didn't have to do this. And because I just foresee it coming to be a problem a lot more often than not in the near future, so.
Well, in the future here, we got 6 more bridges coming up, so. Could be.
My thoughts exactly.
5.2, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 5.2, 2023 property tax bylaw. The recommended motion is to go forth with second and third. It's on page 44. Do you have any questions?
Somebody move second. Shane?
Nope.
You moving second?
Yep.
Okay, floor is open. You have any questions on it?
Boy, poor farmland going up again.
Yeah, but your house tax came down.
I see that.
Go ahead, Blaine.
Actually, with saying that, we have reached the 20th percentile then with this increase
For farm, yes.
for farm, so we shouldn't be needing another one next year. Is that right or wrong or?
Yeah, right. So that's correct. The farmland this year reached the 20th percentile from the guiding principles the council developed, and residential was always there. So we anticipate one more move of non-res in our plan to achieve the 20th for then all property classes across the board. When council at the time, when that was developed, it was always thought that once we got to that 20th, we'd need to review and then make a plan for the next steps forward. So that's what I anticipate. I wouldn't say freeze, but we would bring something for council to discuss to reevaluate where council would like to go.
And it depends on what other municipalities are doing as well.
I was just going to say that if other municipalities moved all their mill rates up, then ours, to stay in that 20%, will have to go up. Shane?
Yeah, we've talked about, I made the joke about farmland, but we did realize, even when we got to 20th percentile with our farmland, it still is very low. So, I mean, we should not be saying or telling anybody that there'll be a freeze on it next year, because it will probably be moving up a bit. And when I've talked to quite a few farmers, they said, yeah, it is very low, but do not put the big increase all in one shot. Just do it slowly.
Robin?
Just to clarify too, when I brought forward the 20th percentile as a number, it was identifying a target over a 5-year period. Not to say that that we maintain at the 20th, because by the time that we get there, we may find that we are higher or lower. And at that point, council could then reassess and look at where we might need to set our target on in the future in the situation where we might need to generate additional revenue or not. So the 20th percentile was just a number that we set 3 years ago when we had the dialogue. Anything moving forward, it could stay at the 20th, or it might change and the target might be different, but it was never intended to be that every year we look at it and we maintain it to 20th, because then we'd be completely subject annually to changing based on how others respond. So that's why it was where it was.
Any other questions on? Not seeing any. I have second motion, or second reading on the floor. Vote. That's carried. Somebody move third. Lloyd's moving third. Vote. That's carried. 5.3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2023, borrowing operating line of credit bylaw. The recommended motion is first reading of bylaw 2023-13. That's on page 50, and our Director of Corporate Services is going to elaborate why.
Thank you, Terry-Lynn. So this bylaw is back in front of you. It came in November. It's back in front of you already as the interest rates that were identified in the bylaw have been surpassed. If right about there, you can see the BOC, that's the Bank of Canada, is currently 4.5 plus 2. That was the language we previously used in the bylaw. And the current rate is 7.7 in our line of credit. So the bank rate is prime is 6.7 plus 1. So we just tipped outside of our allowable, and so it's just a little bit of housekeeping. This will all be a moot point as of June 30th, and we don't anticipate touching a line of credit again. If anyone's curious to hear a bit of an explanation how we got ourselves into tight cash, I see a wave, so we can go into that a bit. So we've all been hearing about the bank crisis in the United States, and banks are folding. Last year, it kind of flew under the radar, but there was a financial crisis, and so what we saw in the bond market was, if anybody thinks back to 85 and 84 and what happened there, they'll be writing about 2023 in the textbooks for teaching people how to do it. So we weathered that storm wonderfully. Our investments as of the end of March are already back up $750,000. They're back up 750, and they're just going to keep going back. And the whole idea of the line of credit was so that we didn't have to cash in any of those bonds and take a financial bath on them. We're going to hold them to maturity, and we're right back on course. Now, I have noted that 2028 looks like it'll be another 2023. So coming up to 2028, we're just going to have to hold cash or get some short-term 90-day type GICs. We're going to give away a little bit of interest, but we can guarantee we don't have to go back to the bank and borrow.
So what he means by 2028 is there's a whole portfolio in there of all of our investments. And Travis used to have it set up so we could cash so many in per year, and that would help our cash flow for the year. And somehow 2023 got missed. It was back in 2011 or something like that when they were setting all this up. And 2028 has some in there too, but it's light, so that's why they're talking, instead of putting the investment in, we'll just keep the cash back so that we don't have to worry about losing any money on selling any investments. So it's a good portfolio that we have. It's been explained to me a dozen times, and I see what they're doing every time I sign all this stuff, and they change it at the banks. It's just those 2 years got kind of overlooked. It's a big portfolio that they look at, so I can see how it got missed.
That was perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. And but I do want to clarify that 2023 wasn't a staff or administration or council miss at whatsoever. No financial institutions offered anything that matured in those years. So you couldn't go in and get a product that matured in those years that would actually pay you back any interest. So I think it may be the economists anticipating those to be rocky, bumpy years.
Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, because it wasn't a staff, it was all in the portfolio. Is that clear? Any questions on it? Not seeing any? I'll ask for the vote. Shane made that one, right? Or who made that one? Lloyd, yeah, sorry. Okay, that's carried. Somebody to move the third? Michelle? Sure. Vote?
It was just for first, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, is that just for first?
Yeah.
Did I jump over one?
Yeah, no, it's okay. No, just this, so this one was just for first and then bring back
Well, he's
second,
doing
third.
the one-
Unless you want to do all three, that's super cool. Whatever, that's up to you guys.
I would need, well, I think we're all on board with it. Somebody to move second. Blaine's moving second. Any questions on it? Vote. Carried. Somebody to move to have third. Robin? Vote. That's carried. And Michelle's moving third. Vote. There, don't have to worry about that one though. It's carried. 6, CEO report. Everybody's got their 5 questions each for her? Keith?
Okay, so just a quick question under utilities. It says provincial funding for Suffield Regional Line project approved.
Yeah, so there was a, for Water for Life, probably, I think it was approved in 2018. That was a line that was to go from Red Cliff, the city, to Suffield. It was $3 million funding, so that the project be a lot more than that. So we've been working with the base to get a long-term solution for water. One of the things that was an issue was the galvanized, I think it's galvanized. It's an icky pipe from the water treatment to Suffield. And so the province is cool with using that 3 million to put into the, into that pipe. So they felt it was a wise use of funds and for long-term sustainability.
Okay, so when do we anticipate this being done?
We're just in that process of selecting a consultant through an RFP process, and that's part of the grant requirement. And so probably within 2 weeks, we'll have that set up, and it's getting pretty tight to have that completed this year. So it's going to be on likely next year's program.
And the base has been good, really awesome to work with.
Yeah, I think we got a couple projects already this year. It might be a good one for next year. Any other questions or comments on? Shane and then Blaine.
I got a few. I see ACON has started on the black and white. I really hope it does not turn out to be another highway, old Trans-Canada Highway episode, and I'd like, do we have an update on the old Trans-Canada Highway, what we're going to be doing there? And some of the one, got a phone call yesterday, they're not blocking that intersection completely, are they? Are they allowing traffic because of the recycling guy there is really concerned about his getting B trains in and out while they're playing around there?
As far as the intersection and closing it off, they will be restricted to one-lane traffic at that time with flag people. To my knowledge, there's no closures lined up for it.
And on the black and white, they will be using the proper equipment, and what is the status of the old Trans-Canada Highway? Because I've had a few phone calls now on that to see what's going on with that piece.
Yeah, for the status, there's still probably about 400 meters of paving yet to do at the east end. As far as the smoothness, the consultant went out there and measured all the bumps and dips on there and produced a report. At this stage, it's been sent to AECON for comments on remediation. So that it's kind of in that process right now. And our aim is to get them fixed There's different ways to do it, but we're going to find the most advantageous way for the county to accept that at the end.
And well, one of my issues, and it's, is the slopes board there, that they didn't use the slope board. They brought up the dirt. It is used by, school buses do go up and down it, and large agricultural equipment. So if somebody drops a wheel over that edge and it's wet, they're going into the ditch and they could roll. I was wondering what is Acon's, because they didn't follow, I understand, the design properly with that slope board on for the asphalt? Or they didn't look at that?
Yes, that will be one of the things to look at, and they'll document on that and address that.
Thanks.
Blaine?
Yeah, I got a couple things for Public Works too. First, I'd like to thank for the job they did at the Irvin Complex. They fixed up the ruts and gravelled it, and it looks really good. The parking lot looks fantastic. I would imagine they'd be quite happy with that. Also kind of wondering too what the status is with the Grayburn Road and Bridge project. I know that was kind of held off in the fall when we had all that bad weather. I just wondering if we've got back out there to look at that.
Through the chair. Yes, we've been out there and making a list of some of the deficiencies still remaining. There's a little bit of washout at the bridge. The contractor's got to go back and add some riprap. And as far as the road, the reworking the road, ensuring we got I guess the proper crown on the road and the, so it won't rut up. So there's a little bit of work yet to do. When that's going to happen, I don't know yet at this point, probably within the month.
That's perfect, because I was just hoping to make sure we stay on top of it so we get it done before fall when bales and cattle and stuff really get moving around. I guess I have one more question about the process of getting signage on roads for like blind approaches and stuff like that. Like what do you do there?
It would be a motion of council.
Okay.
Just to add on that, if there is issues that come up, we want to look at them right away. And if sometimes there's a need for an additional warning sign, for instance, a blind intersection coming up or approaching, and or some history of incidents in the past, sometimes that's a result of that. But any sort of speed reduction or anything like that, obviously, will go through by law.
So a counselor would bring that forward if they know of it, and then it would go on the staff would look at it and they would bring it back. Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any? Michelle?
This is for Ken. I know I told you before, but we weren't on camera, so I just wanted to say, did good job on Range Road 20, I think it is, out by Schuler, for getting that all fixed up. Thanks.
Okay, somebody want to move the reports? Lloyd? What's that? Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's fallen asleep and his head's just bobbing or.
Make sure you use your mic, you can't hear.
Okay, vote. That's carried. Reeve and Counselor report. I didn't have, well, I had a lot of phone calls and did a lot of driving around and talking to people and stuff in the last 2 weeks, but no meetings that I can report back on, that I can bring any details. I'll start with you, Blaine.
Yeah, I was relatively slow in my neck of the woods too. I had an ASB meeting here end of April, met with construction crew down at the Urban Resource Center, just kind of helped with the elevation discussions and design, and other than that, that's about it.
Keith?
Actually, don't have anything to report other than the council meetings.
Dustin?
Not much for me either, just one ASB meeting. I think the only real thing that was of interest to bring out of that, the government has put a pause on the skunk rabies survey, so they're going to be discontinuing that for the foreseeable future. There was a cost to us each year, I think about $7,500 it was to take and do that survey, but if they don't want the info, I guess we're not going to do it, so that's it.
Shane?
Yeah, I had Ag Service Board meeting, had the regional landfill meeting, where we talked, things are going not bad. We still are having a tough time getting a response from Southern Scale over the scale issues. There was a motion made that the management of Red Cliff and Cypress County, the COs or the mayor, that we write a letter to Southern Scale demanding some action because our staff is not getting anywhere with them. They're dragging their feet and dragging their feet. We did discuss the compost center where we're getting more and more compost in there and it's getting bigger and bigger, and we stripped off some land to stockpile, and it was really amazing that we didn't, who knew when we were doing this compost center that the figures given by the consultant were so out of whack that we cannot get anywhere near what the amount of tonnage that was supposed to be for that we said we would to get the grant and the funding for it. Because, I mean, we're full out and we're putting it everywhere and we're nowhere near. So it's an issue we've been dealing with. Staff has had a hard time where you want to try to sell some, but it's got tested. We're waiting for results of the testing, and it's backlogged and haven't, so we're just stockpiling it. We can't sell anything yet until we get it tested to make sure it's a class 1 or class 2 type compost. And they're looking for a new manager of the landfill because Jason went and moved on to bigger and better things. And other than that, we're still getting garbage.
Go ahead.
So through the chair to Shane, so why are you continuing the compost? Why wouldn't you direct it to the landfill site right away?
Because you got to meet your obligations of your grant.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So if you said you can't get enough tonnage to meet the grant, what's going to happen with that if you don't get enough to qualify for the grant that you already got, I'm assuming?
We can show them that we are at capacity, and we're trying to show that it was an engineering mistake and going that route.
That was my question. Is the engineering going to stand up for that?
You know, they are.
Dustin?
Can they compost things like flax straw in that setup?
I think that'd take way too long. But I don't know, it might be something to look at because we do grind up wood and they add wood chips into it to make better compost. And that, we have an outfit looking at now, they will come in because we talked about the garbage that is in some of that compost coming in, that there's an outfit will come in and screen it for us at no cost, well, at a cost, but they'll take compost as payment.
Any other questions for Shane on that?
Or Lloyd.
Okay, Richard?
Oh, I wish I could say good job, guys, but I can't. April 20th, I attended a discussion for an economic growth forum that's going to be held in October. I was sitting on community futures and joined some other people to discuss where it could go. April 25th, I attended a Verge Economic Development meeting in Bow Island. As always, 40 miles there, and Bow Island's there, and us, and we just discussed different things that's happening. April 28th, it was I attended the International Day of Mourning Memorial Service at the Medicine Hat Memorial Arboretum at the bottom of Schulten Hill. Thank you to Cypress County for doing a great job of recognizing this important day. And Tim was there to represent the county, and I saw it on Facebook. And so it's a pretty important day. It just recognizes workers that have been killed or injured on the jobs. And it's probably the reason why the safety is as far as it is. And then I got a quick story. I was having a day the other day, I couldn't organize a 2-car parade, and I needed to make a hotel reservation in Red Deer. Shirley and I want to go up there. So I phoned up, and I said, I'd like to book a room for December 5th. And the lady says, what? And I said, well, I'd like to book a room for December 5th. Pardon me, what are you saying here? I said, yeah, I want a room. I want a room for December 5th. And there was a hesitation, and then she says, you mean May 5th? And I go, oh my goodness, yes, you're right. Okay, Mr. Oster, your senior citizen rate is going to be... Let me know.
Michelle?
I attended a Shortgrass meeting, a Cypress View meeting. I was at the Cypress County Connections Luncheon, which was just a wonderful thing. It was a lot of fun, talked to a lot of people. And then I sat in with Tara Lynn on a welcome to the board, working together respectfully thing in the morning, and we had lunch, and that was very entertaining and good too. And had a couple of calls from ratepayers, and other than that, that's about it.
Thank you. Lloyd?
I'm awake. Besides attending the regular scheduled meetings, attended the climate change, excuse me. I had a bunch of homework that I got done, thanks, I hope, of Reeve and Tara Lynn. And I got some more again. This was phase 2. The third phase is going to be all about electrical vehicles and how counties should go to them. So that'll be kind of interesting to, I don't know who's going to pay for them, but that's what they're aiming for. I think everybody knows they're just phasing out all the coal mines by 2030 in Alberta. And right now, Alberta is the only Western province that isn't mandated to develop a climate action plan. So they're trying to get that in through this next election coming up, to get that through. Then the other day, I had a meeting with Tara Lynn and Kim and Jason over some situations with the fire halls down south. And there's a couple more meetings coming up. And it'll be future information then about them. Other than that, it's been quiet.
Thank you. Michelle?
And I forgot to add one thing to mine. This is more for Kim than anybody, and you too. I got a call or an email yesterday from the executive director of FCSSAA saying that Stephen Gulk, I think his last name is, he was our provincial representative. He retired. So now we don't know who the provincial representative is yet.
Okay. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. We had the ICF meeting last week, which went well. I think we're going to see a little bit more action on the IDP requests that we had. The city is going to be working internally on refining some of their growth projections that we can hopefully roll into more of a rural or a regional outlook moving forward. I think that the consistent messaging that we're providing with regards to getting clarity on these things moving forward with a regional strategic plan that encompasses all 3 municipalities is being heard. So that was good. Also had a joint meeting through FCM with the Rural Forum and the Community Safety and Crime Prevention Group. We discussed more on the water and wastewater programs and funding models that we're advocating for with the government. We talked about the future of RCMP. Interestingly enough, here about 3 days ago, the BC government came back with recommendations that the city of Surrey stay with their municipal government or their municipal police service, which could have some ramifications and trickle down on municipalities nationwide with regards to what the future of RCMP contract policing looks like. I've got a meeting lined up for May 11th in Ottawa with Minister Mendicino to discuss the retroactive payments that were overlooked from the federal budget this year. We also at the meeting discussed the future of sustainable agriculture and the potential for pushing for carbon credits for green practices within producing food, along with the continued advocacy on the carbon tax exemption on food producers.
Okay, thank you. Richard?
One thing I forgot to mention is that Cavan Lake is getting more water in it than usual. Thanks to Tara Lynn and her staff. Pardon me. She worked with the Ross Creek Irrigation District, and they applied to get some extra water going in there. So I think the goal is they're allowed to put in an extra 1,600 acre feet, and this is all runoff from the hills. And I hope I say this right, Gross Venture Creek? Yeah. So that's really good news because that lake has not been filled up for a long time.
Yeah, it's at like 52%. I talked to, so they should get 12 inches of irrigated water.
So it won't get filled up.
It's not full. Yeah, it's only at 52% right now.
Okay. Somebody want to move the reports? Richard? Keith? All right, we'll go with Keith. Everybody's arguing about it today. Vote? Okay, that's carried. Okay, we have our delegation that was for 10:30. We ran a couple minutes late on. You guys, we're ready for you if you want to come up. There's a button in the middle there you can push and it'll turn the light red for you to speak. And the floor is yours. Yep.
Hi, so my name is Michelle Campbell. I'm the president of Medicine Hat Minor Softball and have been involved with this association since 2010. I apologize, I really didn't anticipate that this was this formal meeting like this. I thought we were just coming to have a chat, a coffee perhaps. So yeah, great, excellent. So the reason I originally sent emails to a handful of you, I think, is because I am at the breaking point for my patients being shot. Our association is primarily female-based, so probably 90% of our members are female. We do, at the very fundamental ages, often have some boys with us, but for the most part, by the time that it's U11 age, so 9 and 10-year-olds, right through to 19, we're all girls. Our association has exploded over the last 10 years. So we have about 580 players this year. And then we welcome teams within our league from Oyen, Bassano, and Brooks. We've also had teams that come from Cypress County, from Dunmore, from Redcliffe. Just depends on how many kids exist at the time in those communities. we have access, very limited access to city facilities within Medicine Hat. So all of the diamonds in Medicine Hat are slow pitch diamonds or they are baseball diamonds. And we can play on a slow pitch diamond, but we cannot play on a slow pitch diamond that has a permanent slow pitch mat. So it's like you can't slide into it. And slow pitch has grown quite a lot as well within Medicine Hat, and they've made a push for these permanent mats to be put in, which the city did. So until 2 years ago, we didn't play on any city facilities, zero. We played on all school facilities, school diamonds, which come with a mountain of issues in themselves, which Scott usually has to deal with. So, they have kids make sandcastles on them at recess. They pull out the plugs that the bases go into. Things go missing all of the time. And for the most part, our relationship had always been fairly amicable with the school boards. And unfortunately, things aren't really so great there right now either. So they come with their own rules now. And so this year they just said, you can't be out on the diamonds until May 1st. We're worried about the traffic on them. Whereas baseball started Easter break. So boys ball started Easter break. Ours started last night. It's just really the situations that we have. We're no longer allowed to spray for weeds. School boards don't allow that to happen. So the diamonds are in poor quality that we do have access to, back to city facilities. So 2 years ago, we did finally get access to diamonds. So we have 2 diamonds at the Moose 1 night a week. So not a lot of quality facilities. And we all know that one of the best ways to grow programs is to offer quality facilities. And equitable access is not what's happening for our female sports. So we have to start looking out of our regular box. We currently rent 2 diamonds in Red Cliff as well, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. What that did, though, is it bumped Red Cliff Ladies Fast Pitch League, which is now up and running again. They took a COVID hiatus. So we're trying to work with them, displacing a few of our teams so that they can still get out there and play, because we, of course, want those women playing as well. So there's not enough diamonds. We've met with the city countless times, and it's a constant shuffle, whether we're talking to the head of parks. Last 2 weeks ago, we met with the mayor because we need to find a way to build some softball diamonds, which brings me to here. So we'll have a quick look at, I guess, the PowerPoint that Josh put together. So he mentions we have had no access to the City of Medicine Hat facilities, and our growth has been substantial. So I wish I had those numbers, but like I said, I thought we were just having a coffee. If I would have been better prepared, I would have brought them. But basically, in, I think, 2012, I had 240 kids, and now we have 580 plus all of these rural teams that I mentioned. So the opportunity, unlike other regions of the province and even Western Canada, Southeast Alberta boasts no dedicated fast pitch facilities. Even Lethbridge faces serious facility access barriers. So there is Softball Valley in Lethbridge. However, minor softball has no access to it either. So they have it licensed, and for whatever reason, they're worried about a lack of ability to generate revenue, which would carry that facility. So they piece things together on school fields as well. A facility dedicated to fast pitch will allow our athletes access to modern, well-maintained, and appropriate facilities. And we hope that we would be able to continue to host competitions. So we do every other year host provincials here in Medicine Hat, at least 2 divisions worth. This year our bid is still pending, but that's where we're at with that. So Josh has put together, he's not here, he's on his way to Maui, but he is definitely our diamond planner guy. So he's got a couple of options there that he feels would be opportunities for us to partner maybe with somebody. There's lots of grants available. We actually have really stopped looking to try and accumulate money, which sounds ridiculous, right? But at some point in time, you have to be able to spend the money that you accumulate, and we can't. We have no place to put diamonds. So until we have somebody that's willing to say, yes, you can build diamonds here, or we'll help you build diamonds here, or we see the benefit to having diamonds, us accumulating money that has to be spent in blank amount of time isn't feasible for us right now. So those are a few of the options there. I'm not going to go through them all. I'm sure that you could do it, but the base, yeah, there's like a basic option. We could skip to the next one. The job done right, and then the dream one. But I think the job done right is really quite ideal. But we're looking for somebody to just actually support these athletes. And I feel like every single place I go, I'm amazed that I said last night that at some point in time, we have to just believe that it's because boys baseball is more important than girls fastball. And that's a hard thing to say, because you don't really think that that's a legitimate thing anymore. But there's no other reason. So at some point in time, you have to just believe the reason that's in front of you. And when, we were talking the other day that there's a Canada Summer Job Grant, and we've applied for it the last couple of years to help us with diamonds, and we don't get it, but baseball does. So I have a meeting with Glenn Motz to find out why. It's not because we're not writing a great grant application. It's not because we're not in on time. We have to figure out these reasons why. Why can the McCoy boys baseball team play on the McCoy baseball field, but the girls fastball team can't? Why are there city allocated facilities for boys baseball and none for Medicine Hat fastball? So we need some help, and I don't know how to fix it anymore, but I do know at this point in time, I'm at capacity. I can't juggle things with what I have anymore. So next year, it's either we decide who can't play, or we start making, instead of rosters of 12, we make rosters of 17, which isn't what's best for kids. And we're always trying to do what's best for kids. So then we say, I'm sorry, we got to close registration and you can't play. So whether that's the youngest, the oldest, I made a joke the other day, maybe we'll say it's the poorest or the ugliest. Like how do we decide who doesn't get to play?
I think we have a question for you from Councillor Vossler.
So what are we asking for here? Are you asking for that original plan we seen with the 2 diamonds south of the park? Or are we looking for a basic 4-diamond facility like what you're presenting here?
To start with, I mean, ideally, a couple of diamonds would be an answer, but long-term, basically, say 5 to 6 years out, it is enough space to grow to do a bigger facility, right?
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of what I was looking at there, because if you're looking to have that room for expansion, the original location that you guys mapped essentially wouldn't be ideal because it's not big enough. So you'd have to look at somewhere different than that.
Yeah, and that's, like, I honestly never had a chance yet to go and do the measurement on that area south of the park yet, and that is one of my things over the next couple of days, is to go there, physically measure it and see, map it out and see what we can do, right? It doesn't have to be 4 basically back to back. It could be a few lengthwise, and then even on the existing diamond that's there already at the park, we could utilize that possibly into the plan and then start going from there with that, right?
Now, with the way you guys are planning to do this, so obviously it'll be your league putting the money into it, correct? Would it still be deemed as public access for any of the community to use as well, or would they be secured facilities?
Those are great questions, and honestly, I couldn't even tell you the answer to that. We have had nobody really seriously entertain the option of building or allowing us to build. So I think those are just questions that we would have to work through as they came up, but we're about access. Like we would want people to be able to play. That's always the goal, right? Is we want people to find spaces to play as long as we're not on them. Yeah.
And I guess the question is too, is there any regulation into setback from roads or highways or anything like that that you guys have to consider in placement to these?
Our diamonds on, like, an actual fast pitch diamond is only a 200-foot fence line from the backstop. And I mean, for kids and the groups that are doing it, I mean, the average hit is gonna be 150 feet. And that even goes up into the provincial U19 level. Very seldom do you see anything clearing at 200 foot.
So I guess I'm just trying to draw this in my mind as to the amount of space you guys are gonna need. So if you look at this picture, that's the standard baseball diamond that's already there. And I believe that's, I would call it fast pitch sized, so it.
No, that diamond's actually quite a bit bigger than fast pitch.
Is it bigger? Okay.
It's a 375, that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's almost double in length,
Okay.
because they're talking 200. Just to give you
Yeah, I'm just
idea of what you're
trying to,
looking
I'm
at.
just trying to size the amount of room it's gonna take up in my mind if this is actually a big enough location for
Yep.
essentially 4 diamonds or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's a baseball slow pitch diamond, but we actually use it as well 4 days a week. So, and it's beautiful now that it's been redone. The grass is fabulous. So if you had anything to do with that, thank you.
Yeah, we just did it all last year and we need people to be on it to keep the gophers out of there, so it's good that you're using it. Dustin and then Shane.
So I guess the other question is when it comes to essentially maintenance and whatnot of these and cost fixturation for water and mowing and everything, is that something that the league is going to be looking after, or is that something that you're looking to us to look after? It's just, I'm trying to just draw what the game plan would be here, because it's kind of, I think for us, we got to have most of the details for us to make a decision, so.
Fair again. I think that we would have to establish more of those details. Like I don't even know what those sort of maintenance costs would be out here. Like I literally don't even know. I haven't even looked into seeing if there's grants available to help cover those sorts of costs. But as of now, in Medicine Hat on our school diamonds, we handle all of the maintenance of those. So, backstops, benches, bleachers, shale, infield, grooming, all of that lands to us. And I would feel like likely we would be okay with doing that there as well. Within the city of Medicine Hat, I know that baseball has a couple of different agreements with the city where, they do have level that takes care of some of their diamonds. And then Medicine Hat Little League takes care of some of theirs as well, just the same way that we do too. But as for water, that part of things, I don't know. In Medicine Hat, we don't pay for water on our school diamonds, and I don't believe that Little League or Big League pay for irrigation for their diamonds there. That's not saying that we couldn't work out some sort of a relationship with that out here. We would need more information on that too, so we could plan appropriately.
Shane.
So what you're after today is, if we gave you the, come in and said, yeah, we're really interested in doing the ideas, doing the ballpark, you'd have to sit down and figure out these details and then come back again so we could
exactly.
a decision, but that's what you're looking for, sort of a,
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Yes, we think that we could find a place for you, but I know that you would need more details, and I would need more details. I can't, plan without knowing those sorts of things, and until I know that it's kind of reciprocal.
And even as far as putting in for grants, if we don't have any land that is a possibility for us to use, it's hard for us to even put in for a grant to get the money to build the facility, right?
Yeah, we completely understand that.
Yep.
Okay, Keith, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm a little curious. What is the difference between what you require for a diamond as compared to what the schools have or what the city has? Like what's actually the physical difference that you can't play on them or they can't play on yours or vice versa?
Sure. Okay, so we'll start with school facilities. So the school facilities are split kind of into two rental groups. I think we have access to 9 school diamonds. It might actually be 11 now. Nine, I think. And they're just small school diamonds. They work okay. Like I said, we struggle with being able to adequately maintain them because of the rules through public and Catholic school board divisions. And then the Medicine Hat Little League, the baseball league, has access to all of the rest of the school diamonds. Some of them they've put baseball mounds right onto, like the Notre Dame diamond, or that's the only one that really comes to the top of my head. But we can't play on a diamond that has a mound. So anything that has a mound on it, we can't play on it. So that's conversations I've also had with the city, that you can purchase portable mounds, removable mounds. So honestly, if I was a city planner person, I wouldn't ever probably build a diamond with a mound on it unless I knew for sure it was going to be exclusively baseball for forever and ever, amen. I would just have a portable diamond and make a diamond accessible to more than one space. But anyways, so then city facilities are either slow pitch or hardball. So if they're hardball, they have a permanent mound on them, which makes them not able for us to play on. And if they're a slow pitch diamond, other than the 2 diamonds at the Moose that we have access to one night a week, they all have a permanent slow pitch home plate mat into them. And we can't play with that. Our girls all slide into home. So in fact, you'll be called out if there's any chance of a close play at the plate. If you don't slide in, there's risk of injury. You have to slide in. You can't slide in on a rug. It's not possible. So, and they're booked solid. Whether or not they could even take out the home plates mat things, they're booked to slow pitch. So it took like 8 years to get access to the Moose one night a week on 2 diamonds. So that's the primary differences between the diamonds.
And those mats were put in there because everybody digs in when they bat. So because of lack of maintenance, by the end of the week, some people will be standing in a hole that deep
So
to try to
that's
play ball.
That's a great point, Mr. Hamilton. So the diamonds that we do have access to at the Moose, they've had to make some adjustments to them. They've laid like a rubberish kind of mat into the batter's box and in around the pitching circle. So we are a little bit hard on our diamonds. Fast pitches is fast. It's a pretty great sport. And the pitchers really do a bang up job on the pitcher's circle. So there's sometimes they'll create like a question mark sort of rut that will start to develop from dragging their foot and the velocity of it. They do kind of dig in when they get in the batter's box. So slow pitch, they don't like it. And I don't know a lot about slow pitch, but I empathize with that. So that's another problem.
Blaine, did you have a question?
Well, you brought something to my attention with the removable mound, you said. So would there be a possibility of partnering with like a Little League organization that you could utilize that? And my girls both played fast pitch, so I know what you're talking about as far as the sliding and that kind of stuff goes. So like the slow pitch diamonds are really tough to play in. But I was just wondering, with that, is there an opportunity to partner with a different organization?
Like to create new diamonds or to access the current diamonds?
Well, to access this new, like your design here, where you could maybe partner with, say, the Little League and say, okay, you know, we need it for these days, you guys can have it for these days if they have these other mounds that they could put in.
Yeah, for sure. So we actually are dual chartered. So we're chartered with Softball Alberta, which is the provincial organization affiliated with Softball Canada. But then we are also chartered with Little League Alberta. So we can offer Little League softball opportunities. So that is something that we can access, and as well then there are facility upgrades and grants available through them too. We haven't looked into things a lot with that either yet, but we would never want to just have a diamond sitting empty just to say it's softballs. That wouldn't be the goal. So if we couldn't be playing on it and a Little League team could, that was willing to use a portable mound, well, that seems logical. In Red Cliff, they have a gigantic portable mound that they shove in the tower out there that they pull out and use on what I would say are the 2 fastball diamonds out there when we're not using them.
You have a question, still? Dustin, and then
So I'm actually learning a lot about baseball here because obviously I'm pretty negligent on my understanding of it. So with the pitcher mounds you're speaking of, so I'm guessing at hardball they're elevated, throwing down, and then when you're talking, I've kind of got the gist that there's matting outside of like your triangle at home plate. That's still a fixture in softball where they slide into though as well?
no, there's no sliding in softball.
Or sorry, in softball or fastball.
Fastball.
Yeah. Is there still that fixed home plate, or is that a thing that's not there at all?
No, there's no fixed mat for. It's just a plate.
Home plate is
Yeah.
the mat around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
We should have had some pictures.
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to draw in my head what you guys
Yeah.
are talking about because I'm not 100% sure. So
So actually, that's a great point, and that is part of my problem every year, is that the city reshuffles their parks people, their different people in different levels, and they as well don't understand the differences between fastball, slow pitch, and baseball, and they often think that we're all just the same. You know, when I get my bills from the Cypress Center, it comes all as one. Like this is Little League, this is Big League, this is men's slow pitch maybe coming to do some batting practice. They think we're all one, and we're not. We're 3 different sports.
Go ahead, Richard.
So I like your presentation. A couple of thoughts was, I would not go with just the 2 diamonds. I mean, look ahead, do the 4. And one question that we will have is there going to be adequate parking if you can make that area work? And if we can't make that work with adequate parking, because we definitely don't want people parked on that main road, it's just not wide enough now, then we'll perhaps look for a different piece of land that would work. But yeah, I support this. I think it's a great idea. But that parking to me is very, very important, okay? So when you do your drawing and you're figuring it all out, you gotta guess on the cars, and like it's over like at the Moose Diamond when my daughter played baseball there, there wasn't enough, right? And finally they did make it to go around that you could park in the back. So we don't want to be missing out on that one. We'll do it right off the start. So, but I like this idea.
Right, we host provincials at the Moose, and so even that overflow parking is a little bit tricky. Now, the second time we hosted, we knew that we could open the back gate. Nobody told us about a back gate the first time, so we had people walking quite some
Way around.
time. Yeah, and so a few grandparents were hardly delighted with our 40-degree weather with snakes and whatnot.
Thank you for thinking of the senior citizens.
You're welcome. That's good. I hear you're who we get the discounts from, so that's fabulous. Anybody else have any questions about who we are or
No, I think,
Keith?
oh, Keith, sorry.
So are you looking to invest in a facility providing somebody provides you with land? Or how's, because I just,
Right, so
do you want joint ownership? Like, there's some legal stuff here I think we need to kind of sort out, I would think. Because if you're going to invest some money, then you're going to want some security on that. But like, or, you know, like, I just know, like, if you're providing land, then we have a vested interest. So I'm just kind of curious if you thought about how this is going to work.
no, I haven't. That's just pretty honest. So I've thought all these different ideas through my head, but I feel like you sitting around here have probably walked into relationships similar to this, and have some, like, this is what works, this is what doesn't work, this is what our expectations are, this is what the expectations are of you. So I realize that I'm coming to you and asking. So really, I guess I need guidance from council to tell us, you know, what it would look like, what sort of a agreement would come to be. But
Well, I
yes.
think that'll come in our discussion here after your presentation, we'll discuss it and the motion will come out on what our ideas are and what staff will present to you.
Yeah.
And then you guys can work and we'll throw something out there and if it doesn't quite work, well, we can sit down and relook at it. But we'll
Right.
start with something and then we can go from there.
Right. So the other thing is, like, I'm kind of disenamored with the entire everything, actually. So I talk about that there are those grants available through, like, the community and whatever, I can't remember what they're called, but where you can apply to enhance facilities, build facilities or whatever. And I truly believe that we should be able to qualify for that. But I constantly truly believe that we'll get access, you know, get the grants that we've applied for, and yet it doesn't happen. So I keep putting it out there that things will positively start happening, but that's the other piece, right? That we would have to apply for grants and get approved for those grants. So everything that we do is all a hinged process. First, find somebody willing to work with us, and then start making sure that those grants are in place.
I think a big thing for your granting too, if the municipality is willing to work with you, that's something that we can assist with because we do it all the time.
Perfect. That's great. Thank you.
Do you have anything else to?
I don't, no. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with us today and hear us. So, like, really, I feel like I shoot these emails off usually at midnight when I'm mad about something, but I was like, I'm going to go to the county because honestly, we are Medicine Hat minor softball. So the goal has always been that we keep our kids playing within Medicine Hat. But at some point in time, you have to think elsewhere. And I've heard, I think, somebody over here talk, maybe Robin, about like a regional approach. So our communities are all so close together that would be great if it was a regional approach. So, okay.
Yeah, we don't consider there's a line there between Medicine Hat and Cypress County on almost everything, right? 'Cause, if you look in the county, I think the bulk of our employees live in Medicine Hat or Red Cliff, and we have ratepayers that own businesses in Medicine Hat. So yeah, no, we need to be there for anything that's coming up to make things happen. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with.
Thank you. All right, I won't keep any more of your time. Next
thank
time
you
I'll
very
get a
much.
coffee. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks for your presentation. Have a good day. Okay, we will take a 5-minute break, and then we got RCMP, and then we'll get back to this after. Thanks for letting us have a 2-minute potty break there. And the floor is yours.
All right, well, thanks for having me back again. So this quarter is going back a little bit, so it's kind of our third quarter of 2022-23, so that's September to December. But I did bring some other kind of statistics to bring us up to now as well. So one of the big things that they wanted us to kind of bring up during these meetings were our operational communication center. It is the kind of the backup for the 911 system that's available for the whole province. If you call 911 here in the county, it goes to Medicine first, police, fire, ambulance. If you give your address in the county, then it gets, for us, our purposes, it gets sent to Red Deer to our Southern Alberta Dispatch Center. However, they wanted us to let you know that they are doing several enhancements to improve technology in our communication centers. They're getting some real-time, 911 real-time text that you can do by the spring of 24. There's possibility that they're going to have 911 video calls where you can do a video call with 911. They're improving their, I guess, technology for GPS locations and things like that. I know now technology is ramping up so much that your iPhone can call 911 for you if it thinks you're in a crash, so, or your watch. So things like that. And we're finding that on the ski hills where people are falling because of a crash, they're not injured, and then 911 is being called. So got to be careful with that. So things like that are improving in the operational communication center, and it is the backup for all of the local 911 centers. If they were to happen to go down, then it gets transferred to our communication center. So that's why they have to keep up with all of this as well, even though they're not the direct 911 place to call or where it ends up. With regards to that quarter, there was a lot of things. I won't take away from what Rebecca has in her report, but some of the things that I've been up to, we've participated in several of the party programs with several of the local schools, mostly online still, where we come in and I guess the policing standpoint, it's more or less to talk about traffic safety and impaired drugs and things like that during their party program. And we answer any questions that the students may have. So I participated in several of those. One was in 7 persons through that school, and they're usually amalgamated with other schools. They kind of do them all at once, and some other in the Redcliffe local area as well. With regards to rural crime, we're still working closely with our Medicine Alert partners and the Southern Alberta District Crime Reduction Unit with their analysts. If we have anything that's going on here, it's obviously usually affecting the greater province of area of Southern Alberta or elsewhere in the province. So we get all of our information sharing from them, as well as we send in if we have a suspect or a vehicle, and sometimes they already know if they're active in other areas, and we can kind of put the pieces together. And to identify some of the criminals out there, we're still seeing an increase in where we're monitoring people who are on conditions and getting them, if they're breaching their conditions, laying charges. We're staying pretty consistent with our fail to comply charges over the last quarter as well. Some of the other stuff that we are doing back in the fall, because we're kind of a junior detachment, not a lot of our members through COVID had the radar and laser speed enforcement training, and we ended up having a local course here and got every member at the detachment updated with that training. And since then, the traffic enforcement tickets have obviously increased because we have more people trained to be able to get out there and do that. That's good. And also in the fall, myself and Sergeant Rivard and Rebecca, we attended the AGM for the Rural Crime Watch, and we presented kind of a presentation on stats up to that point. And we did have a conversation about the rave communication that's coming out. I tried to put everybody in the Rural Crime Watch on the rave system back when we first got it, and found out I don't have that power to put them on, and it all of a sudden, in the next update, everyone got wiped out again, who I put on. So it's a system where each person individually has to give consent, and I think Shannon's working with that, with Rural Crime Watch, to get everybody their consent so that they can send it in, and then and it's somebody else that has the authority to put those people on there. And then once we fill it out, it's an easy system where I can go in and send a message. I can send pictures if we have a vehicle that was stolen and we want to get it out there real quick, that's kind of what it's for. And basically, that's all we need in the system to make it work really well is the name, maybe a phone number for a text message so it can get sent real quick, and it can also be email. There is also 3 different ways. It can be either phone call, which probably not as good, but text messages and email can get stuff out there right away. And it's starting with Rural Crime Watch volunteers, but then it can expand later. They're just looking at different ways to get it out there to other people and who wants to opt in, I guess, to it, and we can get information out to public pretty quick in that system. And I know Rural Crime Watch has their own fan out for their own systems, and right now, I guess that's what, if something happened and we wanted to get it out, I would send it to Shannon and she would put it on their system and get it out. But with this Rave system, it's a one-stop where I can hit a button and it's gone. With regards to statistics, one of the things that I kind of am skeptical about the statistics when we compare it to 2021 because everything was kind of depressed in 2021 because we're kind of still coming out with COVID. So the numbers kind of look like they're increasing very large. There was a 142% increase in property crimes over, I guess, the same period in 2021. But then if you look and go back to 2018, 2019, 2020, we're kind of going back to those, I guess, levels that were back then. So there was a dip during the pandemic, and then it's kind of leveling out. And some other of the statistics that I kind of highlighted seem to be like a little bit of an anomaly was mischief property damage. In 2022, during that time period, it was a 300% increase. But that was because back in 21 there was only 3 reported mischiefs, and then if we go back to 2019, 2020, it's the exact same numbers or lower. And the same thing with fail to comply breaches, I guess. It shows that our officers are out there keeping tabs with the people who are bound by conditions, but then it also shows a pattern that those that are out there bound by conditions, some of them are not complying with those conditions. So it's kind of a statistic that shows we're out there doing stuff, but it also shows that people aren't complying by their conditions too. So for our repeat offenders, so those are the ones that we're kind of following and keeping track of. Because these statistics were a little bit dated back in the 3rd quarter, and I didn't get anything, I went in yesterday to our drive that has all the stats in it, and they haven't updated anything for the 4th quarter yet, even though we're a month in past the end of the fiscal year. So I printed off kind of the overall statistics for 2022 for Cypress County or the rural areas for Red Cliff Detachment. And we have seen a decrease in calls for service over the years. It started out where in 2018 we had 2,700 calls for service, went down to about 2,500 or so in 2019, just over 2,000 in 2020. And then in 2021, it started coming back up. And in 2022, it was around the same levels as 2021. However, you can see in our charts, and this is not a diagram that you guys have, the first 8 months of 2022 and 2021 were 2022 was lower than 2021, but from August on, the 2022 calls started creeping up again. So much higher than what it was in 2021. So I guess we'll have a better next year to compare to this year with more normal numbers. With regards to, I guess, the top 10 file types and workload that our members are dealing with in the rural areas, property damage, reportable collisions, that's the biggest thing that we're getting out to. Other moving traffic violations, and the other one, it drops down drastically from like 10 and 9% to 5% animal type calls, 911 hang-ups, I guess, and then it keeps going down from there. The same thing where if we go by count only, then it's traffic violations out in and then reportable collisions. So although we're seeing increases in property crimes, they're not the most calls we're doing within the rural areas, but the property crimes are the ones that are kind of affecting more than the minor collisions that we're going to. So those are the ones that we need to focus on and get that under control and sharing the information. I started going to the monthly intelligence meetings, which are for all of Southern Alberta, and there's some pretty good information in there that we share back and forth about different things going on in our areas. So other than statistics for the year, anything that stuck out was I guess the time of days. It's usually during the day shifts that we're getting the most amount of calls, but that's just because our front counter's open and they're generating calls for us. So that's one area of the time of days when we're getting the most number of calls, and then obviously a Friday, because it could be busier on a Friday night, and day shift, people are trying to get in their last bit of calls at our office. They're kind of doubling up, and it makes Fridays, I guess, our busiest days, and surprisingly, our second busiest days are Sundays, just the way it works out. With regards to our current manpower situation at the detachment, back in the third quarter, we were starting to come back up with our manpower. We were almost getting back to where we could say that we were kind of at all of our positions were filled. And since then, we've had one member resign and go to another police service, and then I had one other vacancy. Was our general investigative section, which was a one-man unit. Because that member couldn't do a lot of things on their own, I switched it to a general duty position so we could have more people on the road doing kind of general investigations and being out there. And right now, those two positions are hard vacancies. So that means that they're not filled and they are vacant, and we need to fill them. And at the detachment right now, we have 2 soft vacancies, which means that one member's off on parental leave and one member's off duty for medical reasons. And starting in June, we have another member going off on parental leave. So we're going to be slightly short on some of our resources. And I do have a meeting with staffing. Our staffing is coming down next week here to Redcliffe to have a meeting with everybody, and so I can have some conversations with them about how they're going to go about trying to filling our 2 hard vacancies for sure, and then get us back up to our kind of a normal numbers. And we are still moving ahead with the amalgamation, or I guess hubbing with the Bow Island detachment. That's still in discussions with the district. It allows us to have a better schedule for the members, and it allows us to kind of have more members kind of on the road at any given time, and that's still in discussions. It has to go up much higher than here in Redcliffe and in Bow Island. And our district officers were down last week or 2 weeks ago, and they had conversations with Bow Island to see kind of what their concerns, if they have any, with regards to a hubbing project. And with the amalgamation right now, or because our schedules are together, we have 1 extra vacancy that's a soft vacancy with Bow Island, and they have me acting in both the detachment commander positions right now. So that, and then with regards to all of our public servants up in our detachment, they were gone for the last week and a half, which affected, in our world, mostly criminal record checks. They were slowing down on those, and our ordering systems for us if we had to order anything, but they're all back to work as of Monday, so things are starting to ramp up again. And yesterday, I think I ran out of ink in my pen signing all the criminal record checks that are coming through, so we're getting those back out again. Other than that, just kind of getting ready for the summer. We know there's going to be a busier summer, nice weather starting up again, so our calls for service are starting to get up. So working with staffing next week, I'm hoping to get some answers about how we're going to go forward with our manpower issues. And I know we're not alone in that. Every police service in the country and the RCMP itself is having a difficult time recruiting and getting members out there on the road. So hopefully we can improve that going forward. Any questions?
So when you mentioned the meeting you have with Southern Alberta and you talked with everybody, do you include the City of Medicine Hat in that one too, or is it just RCMP?
With regards to
meeting on what's going on in the area and crime and everything?
Oh yes, it includes RCMP, Medicine Alert, Medicine the Alert drug side, Tabor Police, Lethbridge. It's every police service has a representative, and all of the detachment commanders or their designate can be in on this meeting as well. It's for all of Southern Alberta.
Okay. Shane?
Yes, I noticed on page 33, when you talk about recruitments, is that a certified recruitment in that vehicle? With Rebecca?
Oh, that's in your report. I'm like, I don't have page 33.
He looks like he should have a vest or something.
Any other questions, guys? Or-
And one other thing I've been trying to get emailing and chatting with, I guess, some of the former members of the Citizens Advisory Committee, and a large number have neither not got back to me or are just not interested. So I've been kind of trying to get everyone together to kind of start that again, but I may have to just start small, and if whoever wants to be part of it, whatever communities, and then just start recruiting from there and branch out so we can start having our meetings again, because it's been far too long that they have not happened, so. I guess those meetings were before I was the detachment commander, so I need to get that going again.
Perfect. And I did see 4 of your officers here last week, so they were definitely using their new system. They had everybody stopped everywhere. Any other questions? Nope.
Hello, everybody. It's been a while. Good to see everybody. All right, I'll start with my October enhanced quarterly report in October there. Usual Reeser and Elkwater Park patrols. My calls to assist with bylaw officer mast. There's a few of those that month. However, that's continuous where we have daily discussions, sometimes twice or 3 times. So the communication is always there. So I wouldn't even be able to keep track of kind of everything that we talk about and deal with just together. Did assist with a detachment with a train fatality that month. Helped serve breakfast. And then a barbecue at the Cypress County Fire Dunmore Station open house. I can't remember. I believe there was maybe 200 people-ish came through. I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't really remember. Also filled a boot for the Halo fundraiser. Came across a semi on fire. I think that was on the last pictures actually of my last report, but on the 524, that was in October. Just happened to come across it and was able to assist until the Cypress County Fire arrived, which is always very quick. And that month also I gave what they call 5 positive tickets, and we had met for Eagle Butte High School, and it was through the school, Prairie Rose District, where they we'd stopped somebody for doing the right thing. They gave them a positive ticket, and then they were able to enter themselves for prizes and stuff like that. So I was able to, I only had a couple days at that. So, and it's to initiate just a good relationship between the youth, handing out these positive tickets for doing the right thing, such as wearing their seatbelt or not speeding, etc. And they can enter to win prizes. I know I did sit, I just spent my little time that I did spend on that on Eagle Butte Avenue, get a few complaints there. They kind of take the shortcut through. Instead of going to the stop signs and onto the highway, they take that quick little turn and through the street there, and out they go. So spent most of my time there with that. So it was interesting. Of course, they didn't know why they were stopped, and they were doing the right thing, they were sure, and very nervous, but so it was good. It was good interaction with them. Few horse welfare checks. I know this is a bit out of the county area, however, the Jenner School is just so way out in there, and it's along the highway. Not very good places to hide there, but I did spend some time in their school zone there, and yeah, so once the semis see me, you can hear them putting on the brakes. So that was good. I think the teachers, the school, they really appreciated it. It's very small there, so probably not a lot of us spend the time there. So cowhide found in Red Cliff dumpster. After taking it out, examining it, all that stuff, no brand, nothing. Video surveillance in the end was able to provide evidence, and nothing was determined suspicious from that. So that was in Red Cliff, but sometimes when a call comes in that involves a cow or a horse, they make it to me my way, and I don't mind at all, so that's all right. Our yearly cattle move with the goods cattle down the Black and White. It's usually about a 4.5-hour trek for them. Cabin Lake Sandy Lake patrols there. November brought a Remembrance Day ceremony. I was able to participate in that, and I think this was the first year that I don't think we froze like too badly. It was nice. So that was nice. It was a good day. Yeah, it was. Yeah. And visits to the Medicine Hat Feeding Company as usual, assisted in semi-rollover. There's a lot of snowstorms, lots of stuff on the roads there, helping with the detachment. Participated in a vitra at the Red Cliff School. I was able to speak at the Hilda AGM, visited Rose Glen Colony School. That was a really, really cool visit. I haven't stopped in there a lot. I think it's been a couple of years, and it was definitely it was better this time, and got invited to a Christmas party. I was a lead investigator for a couple of bulls that were first reported being shot. It was right in the middle of hunting season, so it was quite, it was all over Facebook and stuff, so closer determination, but they were not gunshots, and we actually, the RCMP Cordy approved a vet examination on both of those bulls, and they died of medical problems beyond the control of the owners, and so it was nothing suspicious at the time, but it looked very much like they were shot at first. So my kids were sick a bit that month, so between me and Jeremy, just kind of staying home to watch them, assist Officer Mast. The Halo, I know I wasn't working, but I attended the Halo In Flight for Your Life dinner and auction. There I made my first donation of my photography, and so that was nice. It was nice to watch it go through the auction. In December was the Rose Glen, lots of Christmas stuff. Rose Glen Christmas concert. It was really good. COVID being out and stuff, it was just good to even get back to Christmas concert. Participated in the 7 Persons Firefighter Candy Cane Run, donations for the food bank. I attended the Hilda Christmas Supper and Santa visit. Lockdown practice drills, Schuler School. Usually those are kind of planned. I showed up when I was supposed to, but they forgot, so nobody was warned. So that was a really good lockdown. It was surprised none of them were aware, so that worked out well. It was a good one. Helped wrap Christmas presents at both at 7 Person School Christmas Market and at the Urban School Christmas Market. I really enjoy those. I don't know if you guys are aware, but one half on the picture there's a big tarp in the middle, and one half has got like a big garage sale. Really, parents donate garage sale stuff. Then everything's, I think, 25 cents. I'm not even sure what they start at the younger age, and they have a list of who they're going to buy for, whether it's their mom or dad or uncle or brother or whoever, and they pick through the garage sale stuff and they bring it over to our side and we wrap them. And it's so funny to see some of the stuff they pick for presents for their loved ones. It's really cute. And 7 Persons Christmas craft sale and Santa visit. That was held at the community hall there. I don't know if you guys have any questions just about the expectations of my charts there. That's just documented as I do that as a live. I do that as I'm going through my day, so I don't forget the roads that I do take, but that's documented daily. And I was going to wait to bring this up, but I know I'm going to do it, so I can bring this up. I was going to talk to a few people that are themselves farmers or ranchers, but I know, look, towards the end of last year, we had a handful of vehicles stolen right from the approaches from fields, Schuler, Hilda area. And I was driving around again, and seeding's in full force. And there's trucks with quads on the back, there's trucks, and they're everywhere. Even though they're only maybe 50 feet away in a tractor, there's no way that they'd be able to stop me from stealing their truck. And so I was thinking of coming out with I guess, and I'm not sure how some of the owners of the property would feel, but just a crime prevention thing where if I'm driving on those back roads and I see a truck, it doesn't matter if you're 20 feet away or I can only see the dust. I don't know where you are. I can only see the dust. Check that truck. First of all, just look in, see if there's keys in the ignition. You know, no need for me to go in the truck, see if there's keys in ignition, or just pull the door open and shut it. If I don't see the keys in ignition, well, that's a really good thing. However, the doors are still not locked. But I mean, I get that sometimes the truck is left there for the wife, for the son, or whoever is coming to get it. But there's always really good places to hide the keys. So kind of like a positive, negative thing. So if the keys are in the ignition, it would be, just kind of a pamphlet that I would make up saying this is, your truck was open. Even though I seen you seen me probably. That you should at least hide your keys if everything is proper, locked, and keys aren't in it, and especially locked up. A positive thing where I'm thinking of asking maybe the UFA or the co-op. I know the co-op was really interested in helping out for crime prevention of some sort. Just a $5, $10 gift certificate for either the UFA or co-op, something like that. But yeah, so it's just this last week it's been very tempting to get in some of those vehicles and actually drive away and wave if I would know who's actually in the field for sure. But yeah, I'm not sure, how people would feel, but just a bit late on the ball. But it just came to me driving around the last week.
Guarantee you they would remember it if you got in their vehicle and drove it away.
Yeah.
Never leave it unlocked again.
Yeah, and some people, well, she has no business in my truck. Well, I would not go in their truck. I would look in their truck, see if there's keys in the ignition. And if there wasn't, maybe just check if there was a door open or whatever, But, yeah, so I just, bit late on the ball for that, I think, just this year. But, I mean, I got haying and harvest coming up, so I could be prepared for that. So I'm thinking, I really want to go ahead with that, unless somebody that I talk to in the near future on the side of the road doesn't think that's such a good idea. I don't know. What do you guys? I mean, a lot of you guys have tractors and you're out in the field and doing whatever, whether.
I feel like I was the first attack victim on this, and I appreciated it. So I had left my truck sit on the side of the highway just in an approach to one day, and I came back probably about 5 minutes later, and there was Rebecca's card stuck in the window, and I started laughing. So I'm like, well, at least she's checking on me now after my last truck got stolen. But
Well,
I did take the keys out of it that time too, so I was pretty proud of myself. I'm getting better. So I think that's a great idea.
Some of them are way out. I mean, I'm on a lot of roads, so I see a lot of vehicles just sitting there, and I wonder, and just because of last fall especially, it's not unusual, but there just seemed to be a bit more than usual last fall for that.
You were already on.
I love the idea, even if you had a card or a post, something to say, do you realize I could have stole your vehicle?
Yeah, like something along those lines.
Just put it on there, on their dash, and with your card. You realize.
Yeah.
So that's.
Yeah,
Just
you
be
know,
a
like
wake-up
I
call for
realize
people.
sometimes there's somebody else that has to come pick up the vehicle, whether they have an extra set of keys or not, but there's always places to hide them other than the usual under the mat or in the visor. But,
stay
I mean,
away
I
from
wouldn't
keys
go
around.
as far as looking at that, but no key, keys in ignition or not, door unlocked, not. Kind of leave it at that, but,
I love that idea.
It is very similar to a current program that's out there. It's Lock It or Lose It campaign, and they do have pamphlets that are made up. It's mostly for walking through neighborhoods and
Yeah.
because we know that crime of opportunity. People are just checking door handles. If they're open, they go in,
Especially in
steal your
winter
stuff. But yeah, so we could make one out for like even rural areas and kind of the same thing.
Yeah, so I was just kind of, I messaged him one night, last week, and I'm like, hey, I have a brainy idea. Yeah, but other than that, I don't have a whole bunch really, really new for those months anyways.
Keith?
So if you drive away with my vehicle, do I get to keep yours?
No, I won't drive away. I think about it, crosses my mind.
She asked if she could steal vehicles. I said no.
It's fun in my head, but it stays there.
Hers will be locked.
Yeah, yeah. I actually did learn my lesson at Depot. They, you know, if they get the opportunity, they will teach you. We went to running after a actor who ran away from the scene, and I came back and my car was totally torn apart. The back seats were out. Every piece they could possibly find was scattered all over the place because I locked my car. But that was in training. So they do prepare you for it.
Any other questions? Not seen. Thank you very much for your report. We always look forward to hearing them. We are going to have lunch here in about 10 minutes, and you guys are invited to join us if you've got time to stay and chat. Thank you. Dustin, did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion about the minor softball that was just in before the RCMP here. The motion I'd like to make is for staff to work with Mesnat minor softball and bring back a plan and location for locating diamonds within the hamlet of Dunmore.
Softball or fastball?
Fastball.
It's Mesnat minor softball is what it says in the agenda.
Really? Yeah. Yeah.
Word it however it needs to be.
Because it is girls' fast pitch for Medicine Minor.
But it does
Softball.
have minor softball, so.
I just stole the wording off the agenda, so if that's wrong, well, you guys can fix that later.
Well, she had quite a few going on. There,
Yeah,
so I don't know.
well, that's like I said, I was fairly confused as what was going on there, but you guys get the gist of the motion anyways.
I think they're the Medicine Minor Softball Association. Is the regional fast pitch softball association. Right? Yeah.
So before we vote on that, Keith made a good point when they were here, and Scott had come to me and asked about these possibility of these diamonds, especially because we resodded that other one and he's actually using that diamond for this summer. The Dunmore Association has allowed him for those teams to come in and use it, so it's going to be used every day out there. And when it was discussed and his idea just bouncing back and forth, it was an idea of maybe the county just giving them a 99-year lease on the land so they don't have to purchase land. And the other idea was if they can get enough diamonds built in that area out there, they would take control of the other one to maintain it so that we wouldn't have to worry about maintaining it. So that was just something that was thrown out in the beginning. Of course, it can come back with this motion as more, but that was kind of the idea that was brought forward. So, go ahead, Shane.
And I'm under the understanding now that since they are using that diamond more, the Gophers are trying to find a different place to play.
Yeah, they're out in that area. They're pushing them out. We got to get the water on in there and water pushes them out.
Get the water on.
Have we started that yet? Just about. That's Robin.
My question with regards to the plan with having four diamonds, and Keith, this kind of came off of your comment there as well, is if it's not accessible to the public, and it's utilized by a specific group, to me that, for one, would be hard to sell as public service specifically, which also means then that we should probably be having conversations with regards to whether it's, I don't know, I'd be curious to know what the zoning with the Moose is. It's not specific to one set club, but if they're looking at having tournaments and lights and things like that, I'm not convinced that that's the best place for that. We should be having conversations about what the impact is in the surrounding area. Like I'm looking at the area structure plan right now, and like it has it as park and open space, but that's very different than, you know, Four Diamonds. It's a great concept. I like the idea. You can have a lot of tournaments and stuff like that, but very big difference between having a baseball diamond with no lights and then having four with lights, parking lot, and then building out for stuff. The other thing is too, is that, you know, do we want, like, I get the 99-year lease part, but maybe we keep it shorter so that if things, you know, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, so that if anything happens on a planning side, because we don't want to pigeonhole ourselves too tight to it, but I'd like to see if there'd be a better placement for it, for doing the Four Diamonds.
We have a motion on the floor for staff to look into it, talk to the association and bring it back. Any other comments on it? Vote. That's carried. Okay, we will break for lunch. We'll be back at 12:30. Thanks, Dustin. Okay, since our leader finally made it back here, we have to get her a new watch. That's her Christmas present. I'll call the meeting back to order. We are on 8.1. Chair Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 8.1 is proximity of confined feeding operations. It's on page 69. And the recommended motion that council move to receive the report for information, and the planning and development team is going to present as per council's request.
Yeah, so in 2021, we undertook amendments to the municipal development plan as well as the land use bylaw. As the report states, both of these bylaws are statutory plans under the Municipal Government Act. They're mandated to be abided by. With regards to confined feeding operations specifically, one of the ways that we landed on a 3.2 kilometer distance from a hamlet boundary was to accommodate for future growth. So we had lots of discussions about wind turbines. What is the appropriate setback for wind turbines from hamlets? And we landed on a certain distance, given our area structure plans and what the distance would be from development to that expanded area. So we had the same consideration with confined feeding operations as well. And it was specific to new confined feeding operations. And then ones that were expanding would not be subjected to those same setbacks. I guess I'm happy to take any questions that there might be. Certainly as we start to work through bylaws, there was a lot of major changes. If it's a regulation or something that's not meeting the intention of council, we can definitely bring forward some amendments to it. But it would have to go through the process, through the public consultation, through another reading of the bylaw. And of course, it would be subjected to other amendments through that consultation as well.
On that, I got a question. So when we say if it's expanding, the issue that's here today is because this gentleman just bought the land beside his place. But he's still expanding. He owns both now, so that, does that qualify as just expanding, or does it qualify as new?
So my understanding from initial discussions with the NRCB is that the NRCB is considering this a new application. It's not an expansion.
I think the difference in scenario here is before this expansion, the current feeding operation would have fallen under the guidelines of NRCB, or that it wouldn't have been applicable to an NRCB permit. So he was small enough in stature and size that he didn't actually have to be, he was a seasonal feeding and bedding site.
So he never had approval?
He never had approval because he didn't require it.
Okay.
So essentially what we've done to him by doing this is we've made it that he can expand.
Okay.
So the only other portion that I wanted to add on is that if there's any changes to the setback distances within the MDP, keeping in mind that it changes to all other areas, right? So it's a blanket policy that applies to all areas of Cypress County. So if we look at reducing it from 3.2 kilometers, we're also looking at the hamlet of Dunmore. We're looking at the hamlet of 7 persons. So it's not just changing the one application. It would change throughout the county.
Shane?
Yeah. It does state in our policy on, the county administration will monitor and review the MDP on an annual basis. When this, excuse me, when we first did this, to me, a confined feeding operation, when we were looking at, are the big boys, the big 5,000 plus head feedlots. Not a little guy that wants to be 800 head. And that there's a difference. There really is a big difference. We need these younger people to be into industry. We talk about food production, ag food, and that. I mean, I could go on for half an hour and name you off the amount of feedlots that were in Cypress County at one time. And Dan even has his haunted house in the old packing plant where we had. All of Ross Glen was a feedlot. Go over here to the gravel pit. Johnny Chinook's feedlot is now all acreages. We had lots and lots of feedlots around, and that's why we had the beef plant. Now, we had 2 feed mills. We had employment. The feed mills are gone, our feedlots are gone. Now we got somebody coming in, and I know it's our policy here of 3.2, but to me, confined feeding operation, or what we were looking at and thinking back then was the big module, the 5,000 plus head feedlots that are, they're just bigger, and they're year round. Here, this gentleman, when you look at all the rules and regulations, if you do not feed during between July 1st and September 15th, you're not considered a confined feeding operation. You're just a bedding site, seasonal feeding and bedding site. They call it an SFBS. I like the bad part, BS. But, we got to have a look at this, a relook at it. I know I may open up a can of worms, but we can't restrict. There's so many of them out there now. I mean, we're getting more and more where the ranchers are hauling their cattle to the feed instead of the bringing the feed to the ranchers. I'll give you an example of myself. If I would have went to a feedlot with my cows, I would have hauled 8 loads in, 8 loads back is 16 loads. I hauled in 55 triaxle loads of feed into my place last year. So look at the amount of infrastructure damage and what's going on. I mean, it just makes more sense nowadays to haul your cattle to the feed than to feed to the cattle, it seems like. But with this here, we got to have a look at individual. I know it's the 3.2, we made that agreement, but to me, the confined feeding operations are for bigger. This gentleman, if he followed the guideline of seasonal feeding and bedding site, he wouldn't have to apply. He would just fall under it if he didn't feed during July 1st to September 15th. But he come forward and wants to do it right. And that's so I think we should have a look at it.
Dustin?
Yeah, just looking into other essentially feedlot / seasonal bedding grounds that there are within the municipality, this actually puts a large constraint on almost all of them within the irrigation area. If we look at Schlenkers, for example, they're an NRCB feedlot. They're within 1.59 kilometers of the city of Medicine Hat. Bedkeys, they're within 1.69 kilometers of a multi-parcel, 3.3 from Desert Bloom. Blue Horizons, 0.27 kilometers from 7 persons. Van Halls is 2.56 kilometers from 7 persons. Diamond K, which was a pig barn, is 1.125 Ks from 7 persons. Really, what we've done by putting this in, and what we maybe didn't realize at the time, is any larger sized backgrounding feedlot infrastructure that we have within our municipality, we've now put a hamper on them that they can't have any hope of expanding without running into the same repercussions of what we're seeing that this gentleman's running into. So with that, I'd put a motion forward that we bring back the land use bylaw and the municipal development plan and address the setback distance of CFOs outside the tri-area IDP.
Need anything more clarified on that?
So would council like administration, to come up with a couple different scenarios?
I think that would be best, and whether it's number-wise of head of cattle or if we really, I don't have an exact answer of how to fix this right now, but if you have some options for us, I think that'd be great.
How about,
Well, one of the things that was mentioned earlier in this discussion was there's no way of appealing this or
You can't appeal a bylaw, a land use bylaw, your MDP.
no process for somebody to come back. Okay.
So the big thing we had talked about earlier was there was no, with any other type of development, it goes through MPC and there's a way to come back and appeal it if they're unhappy with the decision. So essentially where that comes to land use changes or developing different infrastructure within areas that aren't intentionally zoned for that infrastructure, there's no way to, there's due process to come at it. Essentially now, anybody who that wants to do something in this regard, and I just listed off a bunch of them that could potentially do it, they have no due process besides coming to their counselor and it coming to council, or them bringing it to council, which isn't really the proper processing in my mind. We should have some guideline or way for them to do it and, actually have a way to come sit before us and explain what they're doing and have it heard.
But we don't have any say on this. This is the NRBC, or
The reason that we actually put in these guidelines, though, like this setback and whatnot, is so we did have that ability to have some decision. And it originally came, and we'll talk back to Weaver's sheep barn when they originally wanted to put that up. That was a big bone of contention with this council because of the location and it being on a medium grade road and everything else that came with it, that we had no say. So when we were redoing our land use bylaw and our municipal development plan, we said, whoa guys, we got to put something in here so we have some say on this, because otherwise we're just back to the NRCB ask for comments and do whatever they want anyways. So this has proved that in an aspect it's worked. And I would love to actually leave something, see like how it's stated, leave it in there like that. But there has to be some way for us to case by case basis look at it and make a decision as this group or as MPC or whatever it may be to have these guys an avenue to work with. Otherwise, we're doing a really poor job of constraining intensive agriculture in our areas.
Kayleen?
So two things. So just to clarify, the land use bylaw should remain untouched. The land use bylaw just reverts back to the NRCB MDS calculation, so it should only be an amendment to the MDP. And what I'm hearing is that perhaps the 3.2 kilometer distance in the MDP is okay. The intent of that is okay. But what the issue is that the word shall is too restrictive. So even if it said that the county should discourage confined feeding operations within 3.2 kilometers. That gives staff the ability to bring forward those applications from the NRCB. It gives council the ability to review them and then provide direction. So it's kind of opening up. It's not a mandatory.
That's why she gets paid the big bucks.
Yes.
Would
Michelle?
do we have to bring it back at a cost to the taxpayers if we change it from shall to should?
It has to be a public hearing because of that document.
So it's going to cost more to
Yeah, we're changing intent of it.
We won't be needing to hire a consultant to do this type of minor change, right? But we should, in good faith, host an open house. We can do that probably just internally here and then do a public hearing as well. But like I say, you never know what's going to come up with other potential amendments once you open it up.
Okay, that falls right into the motion that Dustin's just made, so you can research that, make sure that's what you want, and bring it back with Dustin's motion.
So we can remove land use bylaw, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Have to deal with that.
Okay,
Yeah, so I guess I'll amend it slightly just because of what I just learned. So to bring back the municipal development plan and address setback distance on CFOs outside the tri-area IDP.
options, with options.
With options, yes.
Should that be existing CFOs? Because, so I have another question then. Are you going to put a limit on the amount of cattle? Because you're now gone to what is 2.3 kilometers? That's like a mile?
That was 2 miles.
So that's how close you're going to a hamlet now?
So essentially, as we sit right now, Right, and I'm just gonna use 7 persons as an example, because I can give you the exact numbers on it. So there's a seasonal bedding site, which is over 800 cattle within 0.27 kilometers of the hamlet of 7 persons. Like literally, you could throw a rock and hit it, it's that close.
Yeah, no, I understand that those things happen, but what we're looking at is for the future, and that's where this gentleman falls into this, is before, like what they had was existing, it was working, but now there's an expansion, right? So that's what we have to discuss is it's the future or the people that are gonna come up, and I'm thinking over the years, he won't be the only one, so for me, I need to know what's the limit on the cattle that you're thinking about, and are you gonna put existing in there?
And the reason I didn't put anything pertinent in this is because I want to see what options staff brought back. And with that, you know, we can all have our little bit of input before it comes back to us, I think is probably the best way to come up with the options, instead of sitting here trying to spitball numbers. And I can't give you a number right now, because I gotta do some research on that to see what would be appropriate and what not.
Well, that would be, we'd get staff to do that,
Yeah,
right?
and I think you would have to essentially follow what the NRCB's sliding scale of distance is, because they already have that established. So they'll say you can't have more than 2,500 head within this certain radius of a community, and it's already all laid out, so essentially, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. I believe you're right when you say existing, like we should take and allow the existing people to expand, but as for new ones, we should really try to keep them that setback away.
I just wanted that spelled out, Dustin, because, you know, you're gonna have people that are that could look for a loophole, and I don't like loopholes, so, but we're not doing it for anything else. We're not doing it for windmills. We're strictly doing this for feeding operations? Okay.
Yeah, I'm perfectly okay with how the windmills are set currently.
Robin?
Yeah, I think Dustin hit it on the head there. The risk of having a one-size-fits-all is what we're running into right now, right? With the sliding scale that the NRCB has, and I remember this when we were talking about windmills and we were talking about greenhouse setbacks, is that we didn't want to get into the weeds so badly and so deep, which is why I believe in the land use bylaw it refers back to the NRCB's numbers, because I think even if you look at that 3 kilometers, if you have a big enough feedlot, the NRCB will require a further setback than even that. But if you have like the bare minimum and it's very, very small, it relaxes it significantly. And so, you know, to think that we're going to come up with, maybe when staff looks at it, they can come up and look at the matrix that they use. But I remember it being quite involved. I don't have a problem. Like if we look at the NRCBs and say, yeah, that makes sense, and you have somebody that wants to do a bedding area or a feedlot for 700 people, and it's new or it's existing, I don't think that matters. If the setbacks are appropriate and the sliding scale is recognized by council as covering off all those concerns. So let's look at that, but you know, we'd be basically taking ag land and restricting it to only the grandfathered areas, which is not the role of council, right? We're trying to create good policy that allows people in ag to come in, and if they want to set up a 500 head, if it's within the setbacks that are appropriate, then let's do it.
I think a thing worth noting, looking at this map up here, it shows where that 3.2 kilometer buffer is. And if you look, it pretty much encompasses almost all of the irrigation area. Where's the most primal place to take and build a feedlot on a corner? You're going to build where there's water, because that's the biggest thing when it comes to running a large amount of cattle is the lack of water. So really, by what we did here is we eliminated a chance of a feedlot ever being built within the municipality.
No. Anybody else have anything? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Oh, did you have something? I thought you were nodding off.
I was just gonna say,
agree with Dustin and Robin on it, for them to come back with some good information for us.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Everybody knows what it is. Vote. That's carried. 8.2, Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is on page 75, the Cypress County Agricultural Conference. The recommended motion that Council direct administration to proceed with an agricultural conference November 22nd at a cost not exceeding $5,000 to be funded from planning and develop contracted services. Thanks, guys. And so Beth is going to share this, the next new exciting thing that she's going to bring our folks here at the county.
Thank you. So in front of you is a proposal, like Terrell said, for a agricultural conference. Right now, we have the opportunity to work with some community partners to bring this to our producers. This is an opportunity for the county. There isn't something to this scale that exists, and the purpose of it is to support the growth and sustainability of our egg producers. So I won't get into too many details there in the proposal, but it would be November 22nd, a one-day conference for producers. Like I mentioned, there's lots of partners that are interested, whether that's financial or partnering with promotion or speakers. I've been working with Lisa on the Egg Service Board. And we're hoping to have some outside speakers as well as some inside speakers, some producers to maybe do like a panel on producing in Cypress County. And ultimately just offer our producers some opportunity for professional development, networking, and learning about some of the innovation in agriculture as well.
Wayne?
Well, I guess first I'll make the motion to, whatever the motion's supposed to be, to give them the $5,000 for this event. Because I noticed too in your report that when you had the luncheon that there was an ask for more agricultural representatives to be there. So I think this is a really good forum to get more agricultural representatives there. So I think it's perfect.
Anybody else? Robin?
Okay, I like the idea, right? I've actually put on some conferences in the past, and I just want to make sure that we're having a realistic expectation too, because having a one-dayer and hoping that in our first one-day conference that we're going to have 200 registrants is beyond ambitious. Like that's very ambitious. I think that if we're talking about, $5,000, that's great, but we need to be prepared to fund this thing completely up to $20,000 if we're actually thinking about doing this right. Because if just to say that we're going to give $5,000, that I don't want to set you up to fail. Okay, keynotes can be expensive. You're doing it all for the very, very, very first time. Conferences are not cheap to put on. And if all of a sudden you end up with 100 people or 60 or like I'd say 50 people would be a successful first conference. And then you start building on it. But if you are basing it on 200 and you only get 50, it's going to make it look like it's a failure. And I just think that as you're building on something that's only been done, this would be the first time. I think that we need to be approving this as, more of a scale of, 5,000 up to a certain amount, recognizing that it's the first steps. And I'm not saying that I don't trust your ability to promote it. I just know that this kind of thing takes time to build organically.
Absolutely. One thing that I have been working on is a quite elaborate sponsorship package. In the other document, I mentioned some of the partners that are wanting to come on and bring money and resources, so that's important, but there is lots of opportunity for private industry to, like local dealerships and seed and all of that kind of thing. And with something like this that's far out, we have the opportunity to kind of be flexible and, okay, well, maybe it's not the big scale that we thought it was, scale it back. We can absolutely do that. And like some of the keynote speakers I've reached out to are $3,000, and that would be, you know, a presenting sponsor. Hopefully they would come on for that amount. So sponsorship is going to be something that'll be really important, but with it being the end of November, we do have the opportunity to say, okay, well, it's not quite taking off how we thought. Let's pivot and maybe scale it back as needed.
So the first step was just to see if council wanted to do this endeavor and to pick a date. And the sponsorship package and what Beth's been working on was in your closed materials because it's financial.
Well, so is saying that, then maybe we don't need to put a dollar figure in there per se for the amount, and maybe we could just make a motion that we'd co-fund it, maybe based on attendees or something like that. Would that work? I'm just doing some quick numbers here.
Well, I think we leave amount in and
You want to leave an amount
they
in?
can come back, and if they're not getting sponsorship and stuff and they need help, they can come back and present again. We don't want to leave it open like that.
You never give them
Dustin?
checkbook.
I guess the only question I had, I love the idea, it's just when is RMA in November? Okay, so it's before it, I just want to make sure I was here for it, so.
It is, RMA is right before that, but it is scheduled right when the FCSS AA conference is in Edmonton. Same dates, 22nd to the 24th, I do believe.
Yeah. Yeah. Robin?
Why is it that it would be funded through planning and development and not being kind of coordinated through Ag Service Board? As an example, like planning and development to me is more of a function of a municipality, not necessarily, this is more economic development, but specific to ag.
So when Beth came on the organization in 23, there was we didn't have projects. We didn't realize the wonderful individual that we would get in our organization that would like to do these wonderful projects, and so therefore there in the economic development realm budget there is not a lot of funding available. However, so that's where the money we would take it from is planning and development and our contracted services because they have some room. So in the 24 budget, it'll reflect more on the activities that, because Beth came in January and doing the connections luncheon and all the other things that she's been up to. In 24 there'll be a more itemized list, but for the year of 23. Planning has a little bit of room in contracted services for the $5,000. And in discussions with Lisa and Beth, Ag Service Board may have some extension money that they may be able to share, but that hasn't gone to their board yet.
This is a start for them right now, so. Yeah. Is there any other questions on it? Yeah. You good with the motion the way it is, Blaine? Yep, that's their ask, so. All right, not seeing any more, I'll ask for the vote. Okay, that's carried.
Good work, man.
Thank you, Beth. 8.3, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2023 Bridge Culvert Construction Program, STIP. So it's a two-part motion, and that's the two recommended motions. And I believe our Director of Public Works, do you have anything else further to share than that? It's on page 79.
Through the chair. So out of we initially had 4 submissions for approval. Only one of the original ones got approved, and that one was a bridge repair project. The additional 5 that were submitted close to the deadline, all got approved. So I haven't figured out the formula, but it seems to be working. But anyways, I've broken it down into the motion here, two-part. The original, or the additional 5 that were approved are listed there, and I also included the original bridge repair one in the first motion that is approved. So all those ones are approved at our contribution of 25%. The second part is a bridge repair project that's very similar to the one that was approved in that list that wasn't approved, but should be done at this point because it's similar to the other one, and there's some cost-benefit savings of tendering those two out together because they require specialty contractors to do the repair. So that is the background for that second motion. So I guess any questions on that?
On the first motion, or does anybody have any questions? Michelle?
I don't have a question, no, but I was going to make the first motion, part 1.
Is there any questions on that first motion? Yep,
Oh, no, you're going on the first part of it? Or the second part?
just the first one.
Is the motion I made.
So you're not doing the other bridge then?
Well, that's
That'll be
another
the
different
second.
motion. Somebody else has to.
Oh, it's part 2, okay. I was gonna comment on the second.
Okay, hold off for 1 sec. I'll let you make that motion, then you can comment. Oh, I think it's great that we got all these. I don't know what you're doing over there, Ken, but Kim, you've got to take some lessons over there, I guess. Okay, any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. Okay, Blaine?
I will make the motion to do the part 2 of Public Works ask and fixing that other bridge. I think, I'll just comment on it. I mean, it's only costing us like $45,000 because if you're only getting 25% anyways, you know, we're still going to be paying $135,000 of it anyway. So at the end of the day, it's costing us $45,000. And if you got savings, it's wrapped in with the rest of the projects. I mean, it's a no-brainer.
Oh, makes sense. It was a good catch to bring it forward. Shane?
Just to Ken, you don't see the tenders coming in, you know, that they'll be way higher? Or you're pretty confident?
Through the chair, the tenders in the past for bridge-sized culverts are fairly close, and we've always been about 20 to 25% higher than the actual tender prices. But the last year and a half has been kind of all over the place. So a little bit of creativity on how we tender it. When we group some of these similar ones together, there's some cost savings there, so we'll be looking at that.
Good, no, I'm good with that, Ken.
Okay, any other questions on it? Vote. That's carried. 8.4, Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Capital budget tender results. There's 3 projects listed on page 92. The recommended motion is Council Direct Administration to award the Range Road 63, Range Road 61A, and Township 121A, that's the Patterson Road, paving projects to ACON with the amendments to the budget to reflect tendering pricing. A budget increase is required to reflect tender pricing, which will come from capital reserve infrastructure and construction accounts, table A.
Okay. Everybody's jumping at this one. Sure. Richard.
I'll make the motion. I like the math. Yeah. It's obviously it's not going to get any cheaper, so let's get it done.
Shane?
I'll just make a comment on my past career. On your lift thickness there, you got 260s. It actually works better with a 40 and an 80. You can get a smoother ride with an 80 mil lift than 40. And then a 60, just for future.
Keith?
So I have a bit of a question on awarding this to ACON. Just because they're the cheapest, is that the best route to go? Are we getting what we pay for? Because I thought I heard a comment here earlier about quality of workmanship. So I'm going to throw that out there. Is that our best choice, even though it's the cheapest? Just throwing it out to those that know more than I do.
Ken's gonna accommodate this one.
Yeah, through the chair, when the tenders come in, there's the evaluation process, and we included various things in the tendering to look at some of the things in the past, like some suggestions about equipment, some additional specifications for smoothness, some of the issues that we've learned from the past. But as far as quality of the contractor, they're top tier in the industry. They do work for Alberta Transportation, quite a bit more than the other ones listed in the bid. So the expectation for the county would be a superior product at the end.
Okay, you're good with that, Keith? Yeah. Yeah, there's a rating system in there that they have to qualify to. Yep.
I don't know the particulars of the industry, so that's why, from an outsider looking in, I just question.
Okay, well, I think we got an old guy here that'll probably give you the recommendations on that.
Yeah, Keith, like Ken said, we changed up the tendering, not to put in certain specifications, so what happened before doesn't happen again. And even what we're doing now is site occupancy days. And what that is, when a contractor, let's say they bid 25 days to do the job, and it takes them 45, they're penalized in 20 days at $1,500 a day. And that's, for inconvenience, and but if they do it quicker, then you pay them a bonus. So that's all worked in, all stuff now that's put into that tendering process and equipment. And so I feel confident now that we're getting the best bang for the buck.
Okay, any other questions? Have a motion on the floor as recommended. Vote. That's carried. 8.5. Be Robin.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reeve. I've written out a statement here and I'd like to discuss a little bit about our strategic plan. In 2022, council met for 2 days to discuss the strategic direction and priorities of Cypress County as we moved into our current term. This document serves as a 10-year plan, but is most practical for the council that we currently have. It is our compass, and every direction that we make and project that we pursue is intended to be aligned with our strategic plan in order to maintain focus and ensure that we aren't becoming distracted. The 2 days that we spent together were possibly the best 2 days of team building that we have done as a county, at least in the 6 years that I've been involved. And we all felt good about what we came away with. I asked that this be added to the agenda because I'm afraid that recently we have made some decisions that are falling out of alignment with our strategic plan. And I wanted to bring this forward while there is still time to potentially correct it. I'm referring to the decision going back to our last council meeting, where some members of council chose to withhold their vote of support for me to continue with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, thus threatening my ability to continue this role unless reconsidered today. We've set some goals, and our strategic plan speaks to how we will get there. we saw intergovernmental relations as critical to our success. What has changed? Why are we changing course now? There is no stronger opportunity than this for us to advocate directly to the federal government. And this appointment provides opportunities to engage with the federal government, RMA, and other rural municipalities in Alberta and across Canada. In case I wasn't clear last meeting, FCM is the advocacy voice for municipal government to the federal government. It's the most powerful voice of municipal advocacy that we have. Cypress County invested in covering my expenses for 2 years before I was finally able to be elected to the board, subsequently to the position of Rural Caucus Chair. This was a big win for us as a region, as Southern Alberta has never had representation this strong at FCM. The additional win was that RMA has a policy to pay the expenses for the Alberta Rural Rep, so this promotion actually came to at a cost savings to us. I have intentionally yielded other committees, roles locally to councillors who wanted them. Lloyd, I know when we got elected, you and I had a kind of a 4-4 tie for MPC. I did step back to allow you to have that versus contesting it because it's a good experience and I knew that you wanted to do that. Shane, you and I have tussled over water projects for as long as we've been on council. Since November, I've actually met with the Prime Minister's office, Jagmeet Singh, and numerous members of the Conservative Party discussing ways to fund some of these types of programs as we work on future funding models and ideas. FCM is a big deal, and FCM is also a big commitment, and I know that. The reasoning provided by Deputy Reeve Oster last meeting in voicing his opposition is that when I come back from meetings that I've missed with council, that I want to bring back old decisions that have been made by council, or that I ask questions and I want to debate things. I want to be clear on a few things. Other than this, I haven't brought anything back. I have asked questions and I have submitted ideas in the midst of group discussions. In the most recent months, which seems to be where the concerns are coming from, Councillor Hawk has brought forward a motion to be reversed for a previous decision. Reeve Hamilton allowed members of the community to speak and present at council, and even Deputy Reeve Oster has also brought forward a motion to reconsider a previous decision based on new information, and we did reverse it. None of these things are bad. I want to be very clear. I don't think any of these are bad, but it would seem that they would be bad had I been the one bringing them forward as it was voiced at the last meeting, but I haven't. We do have a code of conduct that handles allegations and sanctions when somebody crosses the line. It gives people the right to defend themselves against what is being said that could be seen as slander. In the case, to withhold support is not technically a sanction if there is good reason, except that this goes against our own strategic plan. And we all came up with that together. And it appears to me that to not take into consideration what is best for Cypress County and our adherence to our plan focusing on regional leadership. So in closing, procedurally, I know I cannot make a motion to reconsider that because my motion was lost. That would have to come from somebody who voted against the motion last week. So as I conclude, I'm asking that anyone that is in a position of making that motion to reconsider, that they consider doing that. This is the last meeting before the cutoff. So whatever this meeting decides dictates our ability to stay engaged, thus protecting our municipal voice in Ottawa. I'm open to questions or comments. If no one is willing to make the motion to reconsider the vote from last week, I would likely lead to a request of staff to bring back our strategic plan so that we could amend it to reflect the direction of council so that it's in alignment with what we're actually doing.
Shane?
What are you talking about on this your last comment there? When we talked about the federal government, we didn't talk about sending somebody from council to Ottawa. It was more, that would deal with our elected official and that, and engaged with them. And where, now you're saying you want to change it, that we don't talk to our Glenn Watts and that, our federal representative?
Well, I think that you're taking some liberties and putting in different words. If you think that that's what the strategic plan was referring to, then it would probably support, my motion would be supported by you, I would hope, to clarify that. I think that when it comes down to it, it was always seen as advocacy work is valuable. We do it with RMA. We had the full support of this council when I ran for VP with FCM back in 2019. It was fully supported. We had 2 years where we were on the committees. The goal was to get onto the board. That was always the intention. And towards the end, we were running short on support in council when council was the one footing the bill for it. So we were lucky when RMA's bylaw allowed for that expense to be covered in full. And so, you know, I suppose, Shane, to answer your question, if your view of what federal advocacy looks like as simply just having a relationship with Mr. Motz, perhaps council would look at refreshing the language in the strategic plan. I don't think that that is what the intent is. Bottom line is that at this point, this is the last meeting. I need a resolution from council or I'm not on the board. We have been doing some very good things, one of which, and we've been working on this for 3 years with some very heated conversations, working with the Quebec caucus, finding ways to promote Alberta-based resource and energy. We have those relationships, we've been building them. The last meeting that we had that was so positive was specific to you know, the future of sustainable agriculture and the idea of green credits and possible carbon credits on farming. Keith, I know you and I have talked about that before. There's some huge advantage to that. This is not something that is specific to Cypress County, although there are a lot of things that we are talking about and dealing with that are directly related to possible projects. The water is one of them. If we can take disaster mitigation and adaptation funding that the feds have put out in the billions of dollars and find a way to encompass and include raw water distribution projects, Shane, that solves a lot of the concerns that we've been talking about. Is it something that's guaranteed? No. But when I brought that forward to Jagmeet Singh December the 4th this last year, his eyes opened up and he went, now that's the kind of solutions that we need. This is what I bring to the table and it's what I've been doing. And I just want to be very clear so that when we move past today, and whatever that is, that we're all on the same page. And if that means that I'm off, I will be disappointed. And I would hope that we change our strat plan so that it doesn't look like we're saying one thing and doing another. But at the same time, if I do get the support from council to go and continue doing what I'm doing, I would encourage any one of you to talk to anybody on the board and ask whether or not I'm a good representative for Cypress County, whether I'm professional, and whether I am diligent in the duties that I perform. So with that, I will yield the floor.
Does anybody have a motion to make? Michelle?
Well, I have a question, and I'll make a motion to receive for information. But I don't understand what you want to change about the strategic plan.
I guess that'd be brought forward at a different time, as this conversation just said.
Okay. Well,
So I have a motion on the floor to receive for information. Does anybody have anything they want to say, or is everybody good? No, what's that?
What are we doing?
Receiving for information.
Right, okay.
Everything stays status quo.
Information-based means that I will no longer be on the board for FCM after this next month. So I'll repeat that with the mic on. So basically, to move for information simply allows last week's vote, which was a vote of non-support, to hold. And on the 29th of May, I will no longer be a director on the board of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. No, I won't. No, I'll lose my position on the board. I'll lose my position as the chair of the Rural Caucus for Rural Canada.
All right. No?
I just want clarification. I thought we made a motion of council last meeting. It was a motion of council.
Yes, it is.
And then, so somebody that voted no is the only one that can change this now, or what's?
Technically, no.
Because it just seems like sometimes these motion of council doesn't mean nothing anymore.
Shane, that's ironic, actually, because you brought a motion of council to rescind a motion of council. So we do have the ability, and I'm very specific in my language. I can't make the motion to reconsider. That is outside of my scope and my authority right now. This was simply a last day effort to appeal to council, recognizing the gravity of this position. And I can't make it. It would have to be one of the 5 that voted against it.
Okay, and right now, we have a motion on the floor to receive for information. Is there any other questions on it? Not seeing any? Vote. Do you have a question?
There you go.
Sorry, guys. I wouldn't mind talking about it, but I mean,
Already called the vote.
okay. Sorry.
Sorry. The vote's been called. Vote.
Because I want to point out something, because the last time that we called a vote and somebody else had a question, you allowed for the vote for the conversation to go on. So what's the problem with canceling the vote?
It's been called. I don't remember that voting one, but do you have a question then, Lloyd?
No,
Okay.
It's okay, you can ask a question afterwards anyways.
Did everybody vote? 5-4, so that's lost.
You can still ask a
Or
question.
that's going to. All right, Dustin, did you need that?
Sorry. He just said he didn't mean to hit. Yes, which also means that,
Okay, well, you had a question then? Like, Jesus.
I'm surprised it's not closed. But this conversation.
oh no, the conversation is open, which is why
It's a motion of council.
Okay, but I'm torn between it, only because wasn't given the chance beforehand to speak more. I think it was the wrong punishment.
There's no punishment?
Well, that's the wrong terminology. It was the wrong thing to do, in my opinion. But I mean, I voted for it, and that's the way it is, I guess.
you have the ability to make a motion to reconsider. That's within your power.
A motion of council is a motion of council, but you have every right to make a motion you want, but I don't know. The rules, Leslie Ann, can you help me out with the rules on the motion? She just went through a course in this.
I know, I will follow the rules.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. What can happen now is a motion to rescind the previous motion. So here in our procedure bylaw, it's used to cancel the previous action. A motion to rescind a previous motion, if passed by a majority vote of councillors present, renders the previous motion referred to be null and void. So basically, if you guys wanted to re-vote, a motion to rescind is debatable into the merits of the question it is proposed. So
So you can make.
it'll
a
be two
motion
motions.
to Bring back the,
You can, because it's happening right in this meeting, you can.
So to rescind the motion to receive for information.
Correct.
And then if you chose, you could make a motion to reconsider from a previous meeting.
it's your motion.
And then the motion would be remade.
Well, that sounds like,
I know, it's a lot.
yeah. I'd like
What's your motion?
to rescind for information and vote that we can discuss it again.
That's fine. You can. You
Okay.
bet.
Well, that's Lloyd's motion. vote. Okay, you can discuss it again. So you're bringing up the motion of council from last week, or last one?
Yes.
Is anybody,
This is voted on.
oh, again? Yeah.
Oh, it is. It's the process.
Okay, vote.
No, what's the motion?
Just to reconsider.
To reconsider the motion of last council,
Which was?
that Robin,
Be endorsed as per, yeah. Yeah, this isn't reversing it. It's not reversing it. This is only, it's only voting to have a motion to reconsider. And then if it passes, then the debate will be had, and then there will be a motion made that will be voted on. So this is not reversing it. Yeah, it's not reversing it right now. It's simply
Richard,
just to
you
have
have a
it.
question?
So if there's a motion like that that's going to be brought forward, it has to mean there's new information, but I didn't hear any new information. It was never questioned. We never questioned the quality of work that you were doing down there. That was always understood. What the challenge was that on our end, it was creating a lot of extra work by you not being at our meetings, and whether you felt you were or not, there was discussions brought up again that were already made in your absence. And Robin, I'm not done. And while a motion was being, we passed motions, but you chose to bring them back. And I look ahead and I just thought, if that's going to happen, we're going to have a long, tough year ahead of us to carry things forward and keep working on them in your absence, when you're not here to be part of the discussion, like you were today. You added value to it. The other thing is that the ratepayers did not vote, or nobody here when they ran for councillor put out there that they're going to be in Ottawa representing Cypress County. That was never part of any kind of discussion. Yeah, we belong to this thing, but there was nothing. That's not why the ratepayers elected us. They elected us to look after the municipal part of it. If we can assist or we can be there to help in the next stage, whether it was provincial or federal, I have no problem with that. When you look at your regional leadership, the strategic priorities, and we go look at federal government, I look at the fact that Glenn Motz came one day and he asked us if we could support him for the way the boundaries were going to get redrawn. So Dan and I went to a hearing and represented Cypress County as per what was going to be the best for us after receiving information from Glenn. We do work with him. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just as a straight up point of order, this is debate, and you can have the debate, but the motion to reconsider is not debated. You vote on the motion to reconsider, and then there's a motion that can be made to do it again.
So we have a motion to reconsider the last council meeting vote.
No.
The last council meeting.
So basically what you guys are voting on, it's a motion, you're voting on a motion to reconsider. And then after the motion of reconsideration has been passed or carried, then you will reconsider the previous motion.
So it can be defeated.
Okay, the motion is to reconsider. Vote. Okay, that was lost. Or that was one, so. Now we're redebating a motion that was made
2 weeks ago.
Somebody has to make the motion. Lloyd will.
You're the one that brought it up.
He could, but at this point right now, we can just, anybody can make the motion. Because we've had the motion to reconsider, now we have the discussion.
Okay, I'll make the motion
What motion?
to have a debate.
Now the motion would be to either approve or to not,
For which?
for me to go.
Oh, let's talk about it.
Yeah, but that's, I'm asking to make a statement. Do you want a motion before we debate?
You go ahead and do whatever you want to do.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair.
I'll just read this part.
Okay.
So if a motion to reconsider is carried, which it was, the question on which the vote is to be reconsidered becomes the next order of business in the exact position it occupied the moment before it was voted on originally.
So it's the same motion.
It's the same motion. I have the motion.
Right over here. So the motion was, the council endorsed Councillor Kirby Waite to run for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Board of Directors, rural position, with the expenses to be covered by RMA as per their compensation policy.
It's your motion, Lloyd. Who wants to speak to it?
Well, I think I voted last time for you not to be there, okay? Because I have noticed, and I'm new, but I have noticed you have missed a lot, Robin. And it does cause confusion, okay, when you're gone and come back and you ask some of the same questions that we already have gone through. And that's a concern to me. I also understand that it's very important for the position that you have. So what I'm asking is, if you go back on it, can you truly fulfill your position here? So this doesn't come up again. You know, like, I mean, and I mean even seriously trying to show a bit more respect to the reef.
Yeah, may I respond? Yeah. Yes, the meetings from this fall, I missed one from FCM, one was with RMA, one was business related. And it is never my intention to come back, because when I'm gone, I still do observe and try to participate in the meetings when I'm on the road. But it is true that there are times where we have a lot of information that comes through, and there are things that can be missed. An example of us missing stuff, even within the land use bylaw, I think there's been some things that have come up, and I'm like, holy smokes, I didn't actually realize that, you know, there's allowances for secondary dwellings and things like that that kind of snuck in underneath. And so that is normal. I can make the commitment that I will put in an extra oomph of effort on, I don't want to waste time with anybody either. That's not the intention. And so I don't bring up things to be redundant or to be distracting. When it comes down to respect, I want to treat everybody with respect, and I also want to be treated with respect. And so potentially moving forward, and I think that we can benefit from it anyways, but relationship building can go a long way within council, and I'll continue to work towards that the best that I can. You know, we have rules in place as councillors, and there's expectations and there's codes of conduct that are there. And if I'm ever operating in a way where I'm in contravention to that, I want to be called out on it 100%. And I think that the process is there for a good reason. One of them is that there are misunderstandings that happen. A great example of it even was when the Cabin Lake group came in. I've heard numerous people say that, well, Robin invited them and told them that they could speak. That is not at all the case. I had many people call me and say, can we attend? I said, yeah, it's an open meeting, no problem. But I know what our procedural bylaw is. If you want a delegation, you have to put in an application. Usually a meeting beforehand, get approval, and then you can come to the next meeting. I know how this stuff works. And so I'm very open to being, sat down. If Lloyd, if I ever do something that you have an issue with, for one, I'd love it if somebody would call me up and say, hey, I'm not super happy with what you said. Then we can have a conversation about it. If it goes the next step, I would even say, you know what, bring it up. That's what the code of conduct is there for as well. I think that there are way too many times that code of conducts have been weaponized, and I don't like that. I think that's a dangerous thing for council to get into, and we start wielding it like it's a tool to, compel speech and behavior. Because I think that at the end of the day, we still have 9 different personalities here, and the way that Blaine behaves and executes his duty as a counselor may be the same way as I view it or different. That's okay. I don't mind that. And I also get that I am unique. I'm a bit of I got a lot of energy and I got a lot of passion, and I recognize that there's some things that come with that. And sometimes misunderstandings are one of those, or 2 of those, or 3 of those. But I don't think anybody's ever questioned my commitment to the county and doing what's right. And to me, process is important. That's why I like, reading the MGA and reading our policies and procedural bylaws. That's important. That's why we have that order. And just to respond with complete and utter respect, Richard, to your comment about us not running to do these things, I actually did run on it. It was a part of my campaign because I was already involved with FCM. This is one of the things that I bring to it. The work that I do with RMA and FCM, Shane builds roads. I don't ask questions when he talks about gravel spec and road building and all these other things. When it comes down to lobbying and working with different orders of government and networking, that's my jam. It's what I'm good at. So with that, I appreciate you bringing it up for reconsideration. I hope that I can have the support. If you feel like, and I've just given council, not that they need it, but my blessing to pull me up on a code of conduct if you feel that I've crossed the line and you have something to actually hold me accountable on. Give her, because that's what that is there for, or have a conversation with me afterwards. In no way, I knew that last week that this vote for support is coming up, so I tried to tread carefully because there's a lot at stake of this for me as well. And so with that, I'll yield and give it over to the Reeve.
Shane?
Robin, when you brought up Kevin Lake, I went to the washroom and I overheard them talking, saying, well, Robin said we'd be able to speak. That's why they come. I heard them talking about it when I went to the washroom. And I'm tired when you stuff like that to making the rest of the council look bad. And I just felt like it was a setup. And you weren't here for the original one, then you must have got some calls about it, and it was your way of making good. And it makes the rest of us council look bad.
Robin?
The one thing that I have noticed and learned in my years, and especially working with public and people who are frustrated with things, is that when you have a conversation with a group and that group is having a conversation amongst themselves, is that misunderstandings happen. I can tell you for one, I know 100% the process and procedure of having a delegation and people making statements in council. There is not even a shred of gray area in my mind that group that came to and was in chambers, they did not have the right, they weren't entitled to speak. I would never give them that as an expectation. Can I control what people come up with on their own? No. Did they ask me when some of them called me? Again, complimenting our staff for the way that things were being handled. Like the front desk gals were getting a lot of calls at the time, and when they phoned me up, and we're respectful. It was when Bob brought it up to us at that one meeting over at Rusty's, Richard, he was respectful about it. It wasn't bad. The simple question was, are we allowed to attend? Sure. Like, it's a public meeting. Nobody says no. Like, I would never say no, you couldn't attend. That would go against everything I believe. But Shane, I can't control what other people say, but I can tell you right now, it's a procedural bylaw is incredibly clear on that one. And I didn't even bring it back as far as the financials. I actually brought forward what I thought was a good solution, which allowed people who were complaining and who were long-term renters out there to possibly be a part of the solution, which would actually, you know, that I think the motion that I had originally brought forward and Dustin had supported when I did was to have kind of like a local steering committee, you know, to be involved in you know, making recommendations out in the area, so that when we were providing mandates or plans for rates or increases or planning or anything, that they were at the table and they had the ability to have some skin in the game, because then if they're kind of rallying around their little mayor out there, right, which they have their kind of self-appointed guy that represents and stays out there all the time, that they can also, in a way, self-govern, because they aren't county residents. And so they can call me and I might be the counselor in the area, but I'm not really the right contact for them, because they're also from outside of the county and they're tourists and they're enjoying the county. So I didn't view it as me going against the motion of council. I actually viewed it as perhaps there's a solution here that could work, that even if we had to take hard lines, and depending on, because who knows what the direction is over the next 3 years, that if there's harder lines that have to be taken, that they can be a part of the process so that we don't have the wrong kind of engagement happening. So, yeah.
Richard?
So you didn't view it as you were going against the motion of council, but I did. And because the proper procedure there, I mean, we voted on it, we discussed everything, you weren't here, okay? So you asked us to then have staff look at changes. The people that come in, I have no problem with that either. Did you specifically tell them that they will not be able to comment, would be the other question. But Robin, in my mind, you promoted the idea that, yeah, so the motion's passed, but there's probably something that we can do about it. Well, you know what, there is, but it would be next year. It wouldn't be this year. The other thing was, and I'll go back to the library, that motion passed. You felt that council didn't do their due diligence and all the other paperwork that went with it. Well, it passed 8-0, so obviously the other 8 did. So when you don't get on board and allow us to keep moving forward instead of having more meetings and more discussions, I look at it and say, you need to be here. You need to be part of those discussions. And I don't care if you ran on this, on your platform, that you were going to take it right to the federal government. You were elected to look after municipal stuff. There's municipal, there's provincial, and there's federal. And to me, you stepped off that path, and you are hurting us as a council from moving forward.
Yep.
So the only work that I do with FCM is municipal in nature. There is no federal representative, like I absolutely do not overlap with what Glenn Motz does in any way, shape, or form. Everything that I do is 100% municipally focused. Case in point, if we end up coming up with a water and wastewater fund that works for municipalities, or we end up achieving a doubling of the former gas tax, the building fund now, it's significant value to the county, to Cypress County, in addition to all of the other ones. With regards to the library, I actually, if you look back in all of the meetings and everything, I have never once, other than asking what happens when residents are unhappy, and they were told that a petition would work. I haven't brought anything back at all. I've maybe commented when somebody else brought it up, and it's okay on a council to have votes where it's 8-1 or 7-2 or 6-3. That's not a bad thing. I've always tried to be respectful along the way, but I have not damaged the county by being involved in this. I have one committee on that I'm on other than FCM. One, because FCM takes up a lot of time and attention. I know that there are members on this council that like having more committees and doing that. So it has, this whole time, it's been an approach where in my mind, we've been working as a team on it. So at the end of the day, Richard, it's too bad that you feel the way that you do, but I don't disrespect you for having your opinion on it. But, I just want to continue doing what I do well. Will I learn from the last little bit? Yeah, I'll be more sensitive and try to be, but I sincerely do try, even with the nature of how things were. Some of the things that I've been criticized for are the ones where I honestly think I'm trying to step up in a way from a caring perspective and offer thoughts or ideas because I want to have discussion. I want to be involved in the process. So, yeah.
Richard?
Well, I'm good with that, Robin, because I always enjoy debate. What I'm trying to get through is the fact that when we are done debating, when we are done doing our land, our studies, I'll look over there at the Dunmore Junction. When that's all done, don't come back and say, well, you know what? I understand we're talking commercial, but I think we should go to housing. I don't think we should do commercial. So that's what you threw at us the last time, and I'm going, holy man, are we going to have to go back through something else again? So in the last little while, it's been stuff that keeps being brought up that we've already discussed, voted on, and are ready to move forward. And then you show up and you say, well, I think I'd like to open up that discussion again. And again, there's places and times, but not everything.
That was a committee of the whole meeting. That was a meeting that was intended to be all about just having very relaxed conversation. In fact, that's the reason why we didn't have it as a council meeting, is because we wanted to talk about things like water projects, the what ifs, the things where we can brainstorm. And that's why we started with the water. And then hang on a second, no. So at the end of it, you're referring to me saying about residential. I brought it back to commercial, and we had conversations about if it stays as commercial, there are other considerations that we still need to consider. Just because we decide on stuff doesn't mean that we don't have dialogue and discussion. If I was coming back with 5, that's the part where I'm maybe struggling to understand, because I understand process, I understand, where our authority lies and where it doesn't. But if a councillor, if I make a motion and it passes, and down the road, you've reconsidered it, you don't like it, and you want to bring it forward, that is completely within your right to bring it forward. And if there's enough other councillors that have also thought about it and they go, you know what, maybe we made a wrong decision on it. That's how the system works, the process works. Once, that is, in my business, I do construction and concrete walls, and the amount of projects I have done on the West Coast where a road was designed and built, and then all of a sudden they came in and put in a sound wall project after the fact because people lost their minds, and then they ended up changing it and then bring people in to remedy and find ways to keep things proper. Things can change. It's not like it's, for the next 10 years everything is done, but
absolutely have no problem with that. It's if something is brought back by somebody that was involved in the discussion, and when you're absent, you're not involved in it. And as far as over there at Dunmore Junction, we proceeded on. There's drawings there that shows roads, et cetera, right? So, but you did bring it up to discuss again, and I just kind of shook my head and where have you been? Where are you? And that's what frustrates me. And I go, no, I didn't. I understand federal. I understand you're probably doing a heck of a fine job down there, but I also go, that's not fair to disrupt this council when you keep coming back, questioning those motions that were done in your absence. Whether you were realizing it or not, you did it. To me, you did it.
Blaine?
I think the biggest problem that we are looking at here is, like I said, I voted for you to go on it because I believe you're the right guy to go do it. But what you're not understanding is the disruption that is created within this council of the decisions that are being made There's getting to be a lot of misconception with the public that we don't know what the hell we're doing. You say one thing, we do this thing, we do different things. I think the only way that this council and whatever, it doesn't matter if it's a ranch or your business, operates, is to go in the same direction. But when we're forever tearing at each other, like I said, the public is getting, and that's what's putting the public upside down even more. And I'm just hoping and wishing you kind of understand that a little bit. Like, I'm not a politician, I don't speak the right words, but that's the way I believe that the way this has been handled and going.
Michelle?
I agree with Blaine too. And you know that I have always, this is the first time I didn't, like, I've always voted for you and supported you in FCM. But I agree with Blaine. It's not so much that you're doing the wrong thing, but I want you to understand that public perception, you know, I spend so much, or spent, now it's settled down, but spent a lot of time fielding phone calls asking why we didn't do it this way because someone said that it was supposed to be done this way. And that just takes time away from the direction we should be going, right? That's, I don't know how else to say it, but I hope you get the point.
Lloyd?
I really wanted to bring this back up because I thought maybe it's 31 years of service, but I always feel that someone should have the right to talk and speak. And it was kind of short last time. Because I brought this up doesn't mean I might change my mind. I have to agree because I've seen how this council's been working and there's a fracture in it. And we just, I don't know if it's your job away that's doing it. And because when you come back, we got to go over things again. You know, like.
What are we having to go over again?
Just whatever.
Like, I understand that but I never.
For, you know, like, I don't understand, we all work together here, okay? The letter that was written to council, or the council to the staff about not, and as far as I was concerned, include DeReeve and Blaine about not being truthful to over this library thing. You know, that's just one thing, like, and I really wanted you to get a chance to say something, and, you know, I tell you the truth, I haven't changed my mind yet, you know. It's been more reinforced now, but I just have this sense that people have the right to say something first. And I don't, you know, and so that's why I've gone this route and made the I didn't know you were going to do this, but I'm glad you did. And my problem is, I'm pretty straightforward and honest, but I just don't say the right terminology sometime. Maybe.
Okay, well, you want to speak?
So the challenge, Robin, is that you seem to not see that you've done anything wrong, and that's a very strong word, done anything wrong, but you don't see the challenge that you haven't been supportive of this council in what they're doing in your absence. And that's why I voted the way I did, that I want you here.
Okay, does anybody else have anything to say? The motion is whether Robin is going for FCM or not.
I think, thank you, Mr. I think I'd like to read the motion again. Oh, so we're clear. That council endorse Councillor Kirpyway to run for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Board of Directors rural position with expenses to be covered by RMA, Rural Municipalities of Alberta, as per their compensation policy.
Okay.
So I'm still confused about this. This, what we're voting on is to put you on the board, right? Yeah, to allow you to, but you're still on FCM, right?
Like,
That's where my problem is that in October, we voted for you to be on FCM.
Hold on. No, it's not
No.
not on the org meeting. If he wanted to go to the FCM conference, he could ask to go to that.
Yeah, so for the last three years, I've come every year at this time because I need a resolution. So the county, unlike most municipalities, the county foots the bill. RMA foots the bill in this case, but it's still bylaw of FCM. So that's why it's not on the FCM or on the org chart.
But it's not stopping him from doing a conference if he wants to do a conference. Yeah. All right.
Just as a reminder, you guys are all members of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Cypress County Councils. We pay membership to that, but this was for Councillor Kirby-White to run for the rural position.
Okay, clear? Vote. That was 5 against. Okay, that does not go through. Dustin, this just came in just before this last one.
Yeah, sorry to spring this on the end of you guys, but my lawyer brought it to my attention, so I sit on that 879 landowners group for representing the 879 line that the county has that goes through their land. Any submissions or evidence that they want put in are due on Friday. Just going off of what's been submitted or they've asked to submit to work on, it would be advantageous if the county submitted what their fee pay schedule is for the 879 line, which is nothing, as I found out. And then also, I don't think we need any new statement or anything, but just to reiterate our current statement of where or how we stand. So again, so essentially your original submission is counted, but they look for, to what I've been told, they don't take a whole bunch of what the original submissions, it's the after submissions that get put in. So however, I think our current stance is just fine. It just needs to be submitted as a document instead of a submission. And that's just due to us being that we are as interveners. Okay, I should actually reword this, sorry. So if we intend to speak on anything throughout the hearing that's not submitted into evidence, it won't be accepted. That's.
You kind of lost me on that.
Yeah. Because we're an intervener, we have the right to speak during the hearing as a municipality for when it goes before the AUC. So if we want to speak to anything in particular, or staff has anything they'd like to address during that hearing, it has to be submitted into evidence by Friday. Otherwise, it can be not brought forward. So how our lawyer stated, if they do not file evidence and try to bring it up during the hearing testimony, it will be shut down.
We didn't have anything to file on that one, did we?
So I think our biggest things are just where we reissue our original statement that we submitted and
the letter of support, and the letter of support that we sent to the group.
Yeah.
And that would, because that deals with agricultural lands and saving that, and the MDP and the LUB.
So if there's anything.
We would just resubmit that.
Yeah, so anything that we have in policy that would contradict or that would go with our stance, we should submit, like a copy of the LUB should be submitted and a copy of the NDP, just so that if for any reason that you want to refer to it or anyone else wants to refer to it, it's on evidence so it can be referred to during the hearing.
Yep, that's fine.
Yep.
That makes sense. I'll talk.
Is that with Ackroyd?
That's who our group is dealing with, but you guys will have to submit on your
Oh, yeah, totally, but
own
that's
behalf,
but
yeah.
that's your legal counsel
Yes.
backwards.
Yeah, so they're usually good, full of good
Because
information.
that's who ours was for the other one.
Yeah.
So do you need one of us to make a motion besides you for that? Blaine, you do that?
Yeah, I can make a motion that the county staff submits
Paperwork?
supporting legislation or supporting paperwork in support of the 879, is it 8? Yeah, 879 transmission line. And you can reword that better than mine.
Got it? Kate?
And sorry, guys, it just kind of, I didn't know about it until she just said something, so.
No, that's good.
Forward if we only got till Friday to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody knows what it is? Good with it? We'll find out. Vote. Yep.
I didn't know what.
Blood pressure to come down.
Yeah.
I got frustrated because I got lost in the motion.
No, and I don't think we really need to.
Oh, yeah. Meeting adjourned.
Good.